Quick disclaimer before we begin, my channel is not meant for kids. If you hate swearing, I apologize in advance. With that said, in order to keep my ads and comments, fuck. Hello. My god, we went long last time. Mostly because of, Valentine's Day chocolates. For all the other customers. Oh my god, is speed chat just broken forever? Yeah. Oh wait, you're not connected to YouTube? No wonder. Hold on. Let me say TP. Hey, TP. Hey, again. Live chat up real quick. Anyways. So today we'll be playing more of. We'll be doing more Kanto. But first, Vasco Games actually did a Let's Go. Did a Can X Become Champion run in Let's Go. So let's go. So we're gonna react to. So let's react to that before we move on. So we're gonna react to that real quick. Excuse me, my soda. There we go. Oh, hi, there's me.
Pokemon Trainer Red. Could he actually become champion in the Kanto region? To find out, I decided to play through the Let's Go games as Red. But, which Red? There's the original Red we met on Mount Silver, the Alola region Red who works as a boss at the Battle Tree, and of course the me Red that beat the original games using my own personal team. The right answer is D, none of the above, because Pokemon Trainer Red actually shows up in the Let's Go games. But he's no longer a main character, he's now a secret boss that you can only battle after you've claimed the title of champion and bested at least 6 master trainers in the region. Playing the game as this Red makes the most sense, because it guarantees that I can use the same Pokemon and movesets as the actual trainer for this run. Also, I'll be playing through the Pikachu version of these games, not because it gives me a Pikachu as my starter, I could just catch one of those in the Viridian Forest, but because I wanted to match the character's team as close as possible, and unlike the Red we've seen in other games, the Let's Go Red only keeps the #1 best starter on his team, replacing the Blastoise with a Machamp and the Charizard with one of the 4 legendary Pokemon in Kanto. Arcanine, which happens to be exclusive to the Pikachu version of the games. Before the run could even start, I was greeted by the Lavender Town Pikachu that pops out of my TV and then drags me into a weird sequence where Professor Oak tells me what a Pokemon is. And then he asks me, Red, the silent protagonist, a question. What is his name? Since I couldn't remember and Red doesn't say a word, there's only one possible name I could give this guy. Gamers, meet our friend, neighbor, and rival for this run. Also, meet Pikachu, our starter, and HM's, helpful Pokemon buddy. We also get asked to do some free labor for Oak in exchange for our starter Pokemon. Nothing too major, just delivering a package from the nearby town and, you know, catching every single Pokemon in the region. But it's not all bad since he does give us some raspberries to make catching wild Pokemon a little bit easier. And with that, we can finally set off and explore the world. Forget your Pokédex, Oak. Our first destination is the Viridian Forest, where we can catch a real starter Pokemon, Bulbasaur. The only problem is that these Pokemon are considered special spawns, which means the odds of them showing up are very low. How low?
I think. Wait.
Oh, I don't know. I tried to find some information on how this mechanic is supposed to work, and the best source seemed to be Cerebi, which told me that the base odds of rare spawns are quite low. But
I feel like if they went back and did like a traditional percentage base for a Kanto remake, and they would make these rare, but kept the rare spawn. They would probably make them like 1% chances. I feel like that would just make the most sense. That's what I've done that's what I've done in Crimson Flame.
But if I build up a catch combo over 11 or more, this Pokemon will become a very frequent spawn. The way catch combos work is just as you'd expect. You go and catch the same Pokemon over and over, and the combo will keep going up unless you catch a different Pokemon or the Pokemon flees. So instead of searching for hours, I just decided to go catch a bunch of Caterpie and build up my catch combo. And then I took a casual stroll through the forest until finding a Bulbasaur. After that, I made my way out of the woods and into Pewter City, where I could finally start the challenge by taking on the first gym. One thing I had forgotten about is that these games added an extra entry condition before you can even go inside the gym. And the first one requires you to present a grass or water type Pokemon. It's not that big a deal because I had a Bulbasaur from the forest, but it is a bit weird that they also give you the option for a water type, which are not available until later in the game. Anyways, the first gym leader is Brock, the bro who uses
Wait. What? What were they thinking? Well, I mean, you could technically trade over a water type, but still, why would they do that? Like, maybe at least put like maybe at least move like the old rod to the Viridian Pokemon Center, or the Viridian Pokemart, like Yellow Legacy.
Rock-type Pokemon. The bad news for Brock is that the developers decided to make these games extra easy for the player. And I'm not even talking about the Grass-type requirement, which is already...
Racy. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge in Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure you sub to the channel you undefined. Racy said. Back from the dead and got Discord to actually send a friend request. I'll send the mod in a bit.
Cool. I don't know why it said undefined.
A huge handicap for the Rock-type gym leader. They also made it so that both Pikachu and Eevee can learn the move Double Kick at level 10. It is a fighting type move that happens to be super effective against Rock-type Pokemon. In other words, I could get an easy win here, without even having to use Bulbasaur. Man, no wonder people thought these games were extremely easy. It starts off super simple. This became even more apparent once I reached Mount Moon, which is supposed to serve as the first major maze the player is supposed to explore. Except this time around, they put in Jesse James and Meow from the anime all throughout the cave as living signposts that guide you in the right direction. Might as well...
Racy said. I've seen this video before. Nice.
Don't spoil it, I'm reacting to it right now. In fact, I might actually react to the Kintoro actually become champion one at the end of the stream.
Slap some yellow paint while at it, and just when I thought things were going too smoothly, I ran into this guy, a generic Team Rocket grunt. with one single Pokemon. An easy battle, I thought, except my Pikachu was already half dead from fighting a random kid with his Sandslash, and his Drowsy managed to land a Confusion. Not a problem, I thought, I can just use my once per battle potion and then sweep, except my Pikachu kept hitting itself in Confusion, and that Drowsy would deal major damage, knocking out my lead. Out next was Bulbasaur, who could use Vine Whip to deal some minor damage, but Bulbasaur is also part Poison type, which happens to be very weak to Drowsy's Psychic type moves. Thankfully, the AI decided to try and use Hypnosis on me instead of Attack, and since it's got an abysmally low accuracy, the move missed and gave me an opening to set up some Leech Seeds and deal more damage with Vine Whip. I did manage to win this battle, but had I not gotten extremely lucky, I would have lost here to a random grunt. The rest of the cave was pretty uneventful. This nerd shared his fossils with me, and the road leading to Cerulean to the cave was pretty uneventful. This nerd shared his fossils.
That's the Let's Go Super Nerd. Oh my! Why does he look like a Hex Maniac? Jesus.
Fossils with me, and the route leading to Cerulean City was completely devoid of trainers, which may have been nice to have, considering I can't enter the next gym unless I have at least one Pokemon at level 15 or higher. So I guess I have to go train in the only place I can. The Nugget Bridge. Funny enough, this bridge is actually a great foreshadow to the Pokemon League, where you have to face off against a series of strong trainers and a powerful final boss. Except this guy is no champion, he's just an undercover recruiter for Team Rocket. My Pokemon had leveled up enough after beating him up, so I went back to the gym and challenged Misty. I managed to quickly take down her Psyduck using Pikachu's electric type moves, and also paralyzed her Starmie using Thunder Wave moments before she knocked out my lead with a powerful Scald. Then I sent out Bulbasaur, who set up some Leech Seeds for between turn healing, which was a good call since her Starmie knew a Psychic type move. Lucky for me, the move she used was not Confusion, but Psywave, a move that scales off of its user's level and has an element of RNG, which means I could tank through the hits if they rolled low enough and snag another victory. By the time I finished this gym battle, the police were done investigating a break-in by Team Rocket, which meant I could use my Ace Attorney logic to locate the criminal and retrieve the stolen TM for Dig. I tried to be a good Samaritan and return the item to its owner, but he told me to keep it. But more important than a new move is finally getting a new Pokemon, Growlithe. The only downside was that our next destination is the SSN, a boat full of water-type trainers, which means the Fire Doggo won't be of much use there. Thankfully, Pikachu could hard carry here and help me defeat every trainer on the boat, which is not something you have to do to get the technique for Cut. It's just something I did since I'm also working on a trainer census for the Kanto region and cannot revisit the boat once it leaves port. As it turns out, the third gym does not have ridiculous requirements to enter. All you have to do is chop down the tree out front. It's also the first gym to have an actual gym puzzle. 2 switches are hidden somewhere in those trash cans, and you have to press them both one after the other to open up the path towards the leader. Defeating the gym trainers will give you some extra clues on where to find those switches, and that was fairly easy since they all run electric type Pokemon, which also happen to be weak to the ground type move Dig.
But if anybody's having trouble, by the way, little tidbit I learned is that if you find the first switch, after finding the first switch, it will actually save if you save the game. So you just have to find the first switch, save the game, and then search around the trash can for the second switch. If you get it, awesome. If you don't, that's fine. Just reset and try again. You're welcome.
Then it was time to battle Lieutenant Surge. The funny thing about electric types is that they don't do much damage to each other, so while Surge set up light screens and thunderbolts, we could easily kick around his Voltorb until it faints. Magnemite is part steel type, which also gives it a weakness to fighting type moves, making it another easy knockout for our Pikachu. But that Raichu? That was gonna be a problem. I thought I could easily counter with Growlithe and its Dig, but Surge's Ace managed to one-shot our Doggo, leaving me with just Ivysaur. Thankfully, Grass resists Lightning, tell that to the trees, so we could bulk through a couple of attacks and do our usual setup with Leech Seed. The Raichu did manage to paralyze us, however we got lucky and managed to attack every single turn, getting yet another victory thanks to good RNG. After winning the gym badge, we ran into Misty, who wanted to show us Diglett Cave and told us to meet lots of Pokemon there. But that felt like some sort of joke, since the only Pokemon that do spawn inside these caves are Diglett and Dugtrio, and Zubat and Chansey? Wow, they really upped the biodiversity in this remake. But we weren't here to catch more Pokemon, we were here to learn
Zubat and Chansey and Diglett's Cave. I should add that. Maybe it's like a rare encounter. So like if you're dedicated enough, you could get a lucky egg early.
how to flash from this assistant, although they changed its name to Light Up for PR reasons. This is also the part of the game where you end up having to loop back to find a path forward. That's because both entrances to Saffron City are closed down because the guards are thirstier than Brock, and the path east of Vermilion is blocked off by a giant sleeping Snorlax, meaning that the only way forward is to go back towards Cerulean Town and use the chop down technique on that one random tree to open up a whole new path. As it turns out, going through these more secluded routes isn't always the best of ideas, since it is the perfect place for gangs like Team Rocket to hang out, but that was a good thing for them since they could jump me for foiling their plans of stealing a TM from a guy who didn't want it, and then getting some fossils before they did. I don't know, the other guy had a fossil, they could have taken his. What did I do here? Anyway, Lorelei from the Elite Four happened to be in the area and came to the rescue, but who here? Anyway, Lorelei from the Elite
Lorelei? Are you J-Rose 11?
4 happened to be in the area and came to the rescue, but she still made us fight one of the Rocket Grunts. Oh hey!
I do kind of wish that it was a tag team battle with Lorelei as
It's the Raticate guy who stole the TM for Dig. They don't give him a name, so I'm not even sure if it is the same guy, but I'm gonna assume it's the same guy because it's more fun that way. Having cleared out the area, Lorelei went back to whatever she was doing, buying plushes or something, and we could get into the Dark Cave. But before that, there was a special trainer I had to fight. You see, in this remake, every route in Kanto received an additional coach trainer who is a bit stronger than the regular trainers in the area and will give you a useful TM or items for defeating them. And this lady hanging out by the entrance of the Dark Cave happened to be the one that gives you the TM for Brick Break, a move that Red's Pikachu is supposed to know. Awesome. Unfortunately, I did not realize this is the trainer I was supposed to fight until much later in the run. Because when I was going through the Dark Cave at the time, I was too scared of being overleveled for the next gym and just walked by the majority of optional battles, including this one. That's alright though, since the cave is where we could add another Pokemon to our team. A Pokemon that knows all the fighting type moves we'd need, Machop. With a fourth member in tow, we made our way down to Lavender Town, where we witnessed Jesse and James kidnap a Cubone. Sounds like a job for the police. But this random kid made it sound like, you should go do something about it, so off to Celadon we go. Since I was still avoiding any trainer I could, I decided to take a shortcut through the grass, which was surprisingly the right choice since there was a random Firestone hanging out in the middle of the patch. It is an item I could use to evolve my Growlithe into an Arcanine, but I could not use it yet since I needed the doggo to reach level 28 and learn Crunch before evolving.
Thank God they changed that in Generation 8, by the way. I'm sure a lot of people were really devastated to learn that they missed out on some really good moves by evolving right away. They actually did. I actually like how they acknowledged that in the anime, in the early anime. Anybody else remember the iconic battle between Ash's Pikachu and Lieutenant Surge's Raichu? Ash won because Raichu evolved too fast, so Pikachu was able to outspeed it with moves he could only learn.
That's because this game has a ton of pre-evolution exclusive moves, and Crunch happens to be one of them. If I evolve it now, I'll never learn Crunch. Once we got the Celadon, we ran straight towards the game corner to look for Team Rocket's base. And who was there guarding it? Our TM thieving friend with his Eradicate. After double kicking him out of the way with our Pikachu, we could push the button behind the poster and break into their base. Our infiltration mission was going well, except we needed to find a key for the elevator that would lead us to the boss's room, and the grunt that was guarding it actually had some brain cells. I say some because instead of just taking the key and making a run for it, he took the key and then threw it into the vents. That's the vents, right? Where's an Among Us when you need one? Either way, with the help of our starter Pikachu, we could take the key back and then take the elevator, and then take on Jesse and James again. But they were a lot tougher this time since both of their Pokemon had evolved, and I forgot to put Ivysaur at the back of the party. We focused our attacks on Weezing since that thing is a lot bulkier, but maybe Arbok was the better option since it could deal a lot of damage. They managed to take down both Pikachu and Ivysaur in just a few turns, and while Machamp was getting one-shot, Growlithe used a flamethrower to finally finish off the Weezing, reaching level 28 and learning how to crunch. Then it was time to take on the powerful Snake, but I got lucky that the AI decided to use Glare instead of attack the next turn, giving me the chance to attack, which was all I needed to burn the Snake away. After going back to the Pokemon Center for a quick heal, I came back to challenge the Team Rocket boss, as there were two of them. First up was Archer, who suggested invading Silphco to steal their technology, and he also has a Weezing. I just battled this thing like 2 minutes ago. The only thing different is that we got lucky with the paralysis, which allowed Pikachu to get one last attack in and finish off the nasty ball of poison gas. This was great news for us since our Thunderbolt could also deal major damage to Archer's second Pokemon, Golbat, before getting knocked out, meaning we could easily finish things off with Growlithe's Flamethrower. Since Machamp was going to get one shot anyways, I decided to send out Ivysaur next, which could barely survive one Air Slash and got to finish off the bat with a takedown. After going back to the Pokemon Center for another quick heal, I came back to battle the second boss, Giovanni. He's the actual boss. His lead Pokemon Persian used Fake Out to deal some decent damage and then went on the offensive with Slash. Meanwhile, we were hitting back with Double Kick, but we definitely weren't dealing enough damage. Unfortunately, this is also the point in the game where the affection mechanics were starting to kick in, allowing Pikachu to do ridiculous things like dodge attacks and survive with 1 HP. This monster not only knocked out the Persian, but tanked a second attack from Rhyhorn and basically cut its health in half before finally fainting. From there, it was an easy win, although in hindsight, I should have just reset the game and tried to battle again without the affection stuff. And unlike the other Pokemon games where I could use bitter herbs to reduce my Pokemon's affection, those don't exist in the Let's Go games. Meaning the only way to lower Pikachu's affection was to make it faint a bunch of times during battle, which wouldn't be an issue if I could fight wild Pokemon, but that's not an option in this game either. And I know what you're thinking, why not just go through a bunch of trainer battles? Well, that's because every time I lose, I also lose some money, and I cannot afford to empty out my wallet just yet for 3 main reasons. The first is that I'll need a lot of cash to buy a bunch of TMs from the Celadon Mall. Moves like Iron Tail, Waterfall, and Hyper Beam. I even had to sell off most of my possessions just to afford those 3. But I'd need even more money for later, like the Elite Four later. Since there is no healing between each member of the Elite Four, I need to have the items to do the healing myself, and that means I have to afford enough revives and potions to restore my team's health between battles. And reason number 3, it just sucks to go through battles, and even if I do, it only lowers the friendship affection stat by 1 point. So I'd have to throw a lot of battles and a lot of money to make this mechanic go away. That's a long way of saying we're just gonna have to deal with the Pikachu staring back at us every other turn during battle.
I could have sworn there was like a way to like make Pikachu / Eevee dislike you while doing this. Am I wrong? I've never played Let's Go.
Battle saying, "Am I winning, Dad?" Anyways, now that Team Rocket's taken care of, we could finally go to the next gym and take on Erica. But first, I had to present a cute Pokemon? Not entirely sure what counts as cute here, and I wasn't in the mood to do a science, so I just showed him my Pikachu and waltzed through the gym with the help of my cute flaming puppy. I guess getting there took a while, since Erica was taking a nap by the time we reached her for our battle. She started off with a Tangela that knew a draining move to recover its health, and Sleep Powder to make our Pikachu take a nap kidnapped too. But Pikachu was just a warm-up for the main event, Arcanine, who could easily bake her grass types with its Heat Wave. Okay, except for the Vileplume, that must be some sort of tropical plant. It's resistant to fire, just like the ones in California. It also tried to be a little tricky with those draining moves, however, no tricks can take down a legendary Pokemon. One thing I forgot to mention is that we get a TM after defeating the gym leaders, and Erica is the first one that gives us a TM that we'd actually need for our team, Mega Drain. Having finished all of our work in Celadon, we could finally head back to Lavender Town and help that kidnapped Cubone find its mom. Although, it looks like its mom might already be a ghost. Our rival decides to take care of this sad little Cubone while we go up the tower to look for a Mr. Fuji? I kinda lost the plot at this point, but at least Machamp and Ivysaur got to evolve, so that's the spirit. At the top of the tower, we ran into Jesse and James yet again, although the battle is much easier now that we have an Arcanine on the team. Once they left, Fuji told us that he was trying to calm down the spirit of Marowak this whole time, and takes us back to his house to give us his Poké-Flute. Finally, a useful item. With this item, we could play a soothing melody, or rather, an alarm clock noise to wake up the Snorlax that's been blocking our way. And we also get to have our one and only Pokemon battle with a wild Pokemon that's not a legendary. Instead of going straight for the throw a ball at it method, we first had to defeat it in battle, which was not at all a problem for Armachoke, and just like that, we had ourselves another member for the team. This is also around the point where I realized I had completely missed that trainer battle for Brick Break, so I went back up to the entrance of the Dark Cave for a quick battle, although it was not as challenging now that I was overleveled. Having caught up with everything, I finally got to visit Saffron City, only to find out that it's been completely taken over by Team Rocket. Sounds like a job for the police. Anyways, we decided to go check up on the Silphco building since that's what the devious team was really targeting, but before getting to go in and tackle the problem, we got stopped by none other than Blue, who is technically the current champion of Kanto. He agrees to let us drive out Team Rocket from the Silphco building, but only if we can beat him in a battle. And he only has 2 Pokemon, so this should be easy, right? Well, for starters, he set up a light screen to lower special attack damage, so I'm stuck using Iron Tail. Meanwhile, Executor hits hard with its Power Whip. Too hard, in fact. But it's not a problem since we can just send out Arcanine and use Heat Wave to... Oh right, he blocks special attacks. Should've gone for Crunch instead. But it's alright, just one more Pokemon. How hard can it be? Well, that Charizard is faster than our fire type, so we send out Snorlax next. This thing has special bulk for days, and we can use moves like Lick to paralyze the Charizard, then spam Headbutt for extra damage. But sadly, not enough damage. Machoke is out next, only to get instantly one-shot, leaving us with just the #1 choice of starter, who boasts through one hit thanks to affection. We seeded the Charizard and then spammed Mega Drain in hopes that this thing gets paralyzed for long enough, but we take too many turns and get burned as soon as it can make a move, leading to my first major loss. Man, Red was supposed to be this powerful trainer that took on the Elite Four.
Hey, there's the affection down. There's some affection loss at least.
And snagged the title of champion from Blue. Yet here I am, losing a battle against just 2 of his 6 Pokemon. To be fair, his Charizard was definitely a bit overleveled, but I still couldn't come out on top, and I tried this battle a couple times. If this were a completely linear Pokemon game, I'd actually be stuck at this point and have to end the run. However, it turns out that the Kanto region has several splitting paths at this point in the game. The main route is to go straight to Saffron and take on Team Rocket, but now that we have the Poké-Flute and can make those Snorlax get out of the way, there is another path we can take.
By the way, it is technically a job for the police, but, Sabrina! Hello! I think your Alakazam would be much appreciated for these guys.
Well, technically 2 paths, but they all lead to the same destination, Fuchsia City, home to the lively Safari Zone, where rare Pokemon are free to roam. Surf Bros can teach me how to access even more of this world, and there's also the Safari Zone Warden, who is all too happy that we found his golden teeth. Not only does he teach us how to use strength, but I imagine he helps Red evolve his Machoke with a quick friendly trade. After all, both of these characters can't quite communicate with others for one reason or another, and I see no one else to be willing to help Red out with this specific evolution method.
Maybe Blue could have done it too if he may. If Red managed to win.
Be Professor Oak or Blue, but not at this point in the story. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked here because the real reason I came to Fuchsia is to take on the gym. Except, I need to have at least 50 entries in my Pokédex to enter. I feel like Koga is in cahoots with Professor Oak because there's also a lab assistant nearby that's hoping we have at least 50 entries in our Pokédex as well. Coincidence? I think not. Anyways, the battle with Koga was long.
That's fine.
He leads with a wheezing just like the many Team Rocket grunts we've battled so far, but that also means I just know to spam Thunderbolt to take it down. But then I realized that this guy's playing a different game, a toxic stalling game. Thankfully, I got a bunch of the affection effects to proc, curing Pikachu of the poison and then landing 2 crit hits back to back, allowing me to easily get a knockout. But Koga wasn't done yet, as his next Pokemon, Muck, did the exact same thing. That's his whole strategy, isn't it? I tried to get a few extra hits in here and there, but our Thunderbolts just weren't doing enough damage to knock this thing out, and his Muck was a bit more proactive, using moves like Sludge Bomb to deal major damage along the way. I followed up with Machamp, who knew how to use Dig, but apparently the move Toxic can hit a Pokemon even if it's underground. He then protected the next turn, wasting my whole setup, and since I didn't want to fool around, I decided to finally try out that Hyper Beam attack, which is not something I would put on a Machamp, and seeing how little damage it did, I doubt I'll ever use this thing again. Why does Red have this? My best counter to Koga's toxic stalling strategy was to use Snorlax, and I had it headbutt the Muck to finish it off. Koga's Golbat instantly went on the offensive with Fly, but that meant I too could use stall strategies and protect the next turn to block the attack. The turn after that I used Lick to paralyze the agile Bat, who was busy protecting and using Fly to dodge my moves. Eventually, Koga decided to actually use his strategy and set up a Toxic, which gave me the opening to finally headbutt this thing. Since my HP was starting to run low and I didn't want to take any chances, I had Snorlax use Rest, which recovers all of our health and removes any status effects. But it does put us to sleep, leaving us wide open for the next couple of turns. Once Snorlax woke up again, it was back to headbutting the Bat, who instantly poisoned us, but it had too few HP to do much else. This left Koga with his final Pokemon, Venomoth? I used Lick to try and paralyze it, but sadly the effect did not trigger this time and I took too much damage from its attack, meaning my Toxic Wall was out of the picture. Good thing I also have a legendary on my team, but dang does this moth hit hard. And it's surprisingly bulky too, tanking through a heat wave and finishing off my secret weapon with a Psychic. This was bad news for me because Venusaur is at a huge disadvantage here, but I had no other choice. So I sent it out, used Takedown, and happened to attack first. So I guess I was worried for nothing. Having defeated Koga, we got ourselves another gym badge, but more importantly, another useful TM that Red actually uses and can absolutely save this run, Toxic. This is a move that Red's Snorlax is supposed to know instead of Lick, and it's a move that makes all the difference. We went back to Saffron City for a rematch against Blue, which started out pretty similar. Pikachu getting knocked out by the Francisca Special, then Arcanine finishing off Blue's lead with some heat waves. And then it was time for the real problem, Charizard, who could easily sweep my team last time, but now we have Toxic, meaning our special bulk Snorlax could poison this dragon-like lizard, then use moves like Protect to stall for a few turns. It could also get in some extra damage with a headbutt and even take a nap. Meanwhile, Charizard's HP withered away to the poison. Finally, a win. Once inside of Silphco, we took on several Team Rocket grunts, and by that I mean all of the grunts, because just like with the SSN, I could only fight them now, and while most of them used the same old Pokemon as before, a few had added some electric types to their team as well. Seeing that we're there to help save Silphco, one of the office workers trapped inside of the building decided to gift us with a Lapras that he had hidden from Team Rocket as a thanks for coming to save them. And what a thanks it was, because this happens to be the last Pokemon needed to complete Red's team. Our rival decided to pitch in and help too by taking on Archer, so that was one less Team Rocket member for me to fight. But it did mean that I had to go take on the big boss instead. It's time for round 2, Giovanni. His lead used the same old silly trick of Fake Out for major damage followed by Slash, but since our Pikachu finally knows Brick Break, we can easily take down this cat. Since the rest of his Pokemon were ground types, I decided to give that Lapras a shot and used Waterfall to finish off the Rhyhorn and deal decent boosted damage to the Nidoqueen, and since it wasn't doing so much damage to us, we could just spam moves like Ice Shard to finish it off, defeating Team Rocket once again, and getting the Master Ball as a thanks from the Silphco president. With the town restored to normal, we could finally go challenge the gym, or so I thought, because once again, I was stopped in my tracks by that pesky gatekeeper. This time, I had to show them a Pokemon that was at least level 45, which had me a bit confused because Sabrina's strongest Pokemon is only level 44. Here I was trying to not be over leveled for this run, and the game is telling me that's the only way you even get to enter this gym. So I went back out into the wild to fight some more random trainers, then returned to challenge Sabrina. She leads with Mr. Mime, who
Question. Why didn't you just go catch an extra Pokemon and just use that? And just level that up to level 45, then switch back to the normal team. I think that would have made more sense.
who set up a light screen to stop me from using special moves, but I'm a rebel and kept spamming Thunderbolt until it knocked out her mime. This was a good idea since her next Pokemon was a Slowbro who happened to be extra weak to my electric type moves, allowing me to dent its HP enough to where even a Pokemon like Arcanine could finish it off. Sabrina followed up with Jinx, which got one shot by a Crunch, which left her with just Alakazam, and this thing does not mess around. The bad news for her is that Snorlax packs a lot of special bulk and uses Koga's sneaky strategy of toxic stalling its enemies, meaning we could take a punch, take a nap, and take another gym badge for the road. Speaking of which, the road ahead was a long and puzzling one. I knew I could just surf south from Pallet Town to get to the last gym, but I had grown so tired of all the big battles that I just wanted to take a more peaceful route, like the one going through the Seafoam Islands, where there's no trainers to bug me. Man, no wonder Red ended up going to Mount Silver. It feels kinda nice here. And we even ran into another Uno of Kanto's legendary Pokemon. It looked strong and all, but it just took a couple of Thunderbolts and Heat Waves to break its defenses and catch this cool bird. After making our way over to Cinnabar, we had yet another puzzle to solve, that being the Pokemon Mansion, which was more large than puzzling. Anyways, we took on some thieves and rogue scientists and made our way to the basement, where we found some strange experimental pods left over from some time ago, as well as the key to the gym. Why the heck did Blaine hide it all the way down here? But hey, at least there's no ridiculous gatekeeping requirement. Just like Surge's gym, the thing we had to do was find a way to get inside the gym. That's the requirement. The other cool thing about Blaine's gym The other cool thing about Blaine's gym is that it's basically a game show where he asks us quiz questions, and if we get them right, we get a Blaine doll. And if we get them wrong, we get to fight a trainer, and then get a Blaine doll. Now typically I have no problem answering these things correctly, but since I wanted to see all the dialogue from these gym trainers for my Senses video, I intentionally answered wrong to get to battle them. Except that there was no way to answer the final question wrong. All of these describe a Blaine pretty well. Following the Quizmaster theme, his lead Pokemon used Confusion to confuse my Pikachu and Flamethrower to turn up the heat, but my lead knew the correct answers and passed the first quiz with ease. Out next was Rapidash, who finished it off with a Flare Blitz, but also took a lot of damage from recoil. We followed up with Machamp, who dug his way out of the tricky situation, but got taken down by Blaine's own legendary fire Pokemon. We sent out Snorlax next for some chip damage, but unfortunately this giant pillow doesn't pack much physical bulk. I thought I'd fight fire with fire, but Blaine wasn't too happy about it, although that did not stop me from knocking out his dog, leaving him with just his ace. A Ninetales? Man, it's been so long that I forgot what most of these gym leaders used. The good news for us was that this fox couldn't do much damage, spamming moves like Quick Attack, while we crunched away at its health, until knocking it out, getting us the final gym badge. Wait. This is the 7th gym badge, isn't it? I completely forgot about the one in Viridian City. And that's not the only thing I forgot about this town, because that's also where I was supposed to go to pick up the TM for Will-O-Wisp, which can be accessed by chopping down this street to the east of town and talking to this guy who's having some nightmares. This whole time I could have been setting things on fire with Arcanine, and I completely missed it. But that's not the only new TM we got, because Blaine gave us Fire Blast, a move that he suggested we teach to a fire type Pokemon, which makes sense. So of course we're gonna use it on Machamp. Yep, Red's Machamp runs Hyper Beam and Fire Blast. I have no idea why, but this is the nature of the runs I do, so I'll just roll with it. Anyway, since the Viridian Gym was still locked up, we decided to go talk to Oak about it. But instead of more information, we got the Keystone as a gift from Blue, which lets us Mega Evolve any of the original 3 Kanto starters. We have one of those. Leaving the lab with no answers, a random girl in town decides to tell us a secret rumor that the Viridian City gym leader is back all of a sudden. Well, that's convenient. After taking on all of the trainers in this oddly familiar puzzle, I finally reached the last gym leader, who was none other than Giovanni. Time for round 3, my man. Since this is the ground type gym, he no longer uses the Persian, but instead leads with a Duck Trio, which does a number on our Pikachu. But those affection mechanics kicked in, allowing it to survive with 1 HP and then land a critical Iron Tail, knocking out his lead. Since I felt a bit bad about benefiting so much from this mechanic, I decided to throw by using Thunderbolt, which does nothing against ground type Pokemon. But even then, Pikachu was still holding on to dear life. Once it finally got knocked out, I followed up with Lapras from Silphco, which could bulk through the earthquakes like a champ and deal major damage with its waterfall move. The same strategy worked on the Rhydon, but since we were taking so much damage along the way, I had to switch over to using Ice Shards to finish off the Nidoking, getting us a very easy victory. Having lost to a random child using cheats 3 times in a row, Giovanni finally decides to rage quit, disbanding Team Rocket and leaving the gym leaderless once more. The good news for our rival is that Blue decided to take over the gym as its new leader, so he too can have a shot at having all 8 gym badges and taking on the league. And while he was doing that, I decided to head back to Cerulean City for a one last TM. You see, our Lapras is supposed to know the move Mega Horn, which we could get from a coach trainer hanging out near the Cerulean Cave. But it seems that he's not even willing to battle us unless we're champion, so I guess we just don't get Mega Horn for this run. Once we did reach the Pokemon League, I could finally talk to the Move Reminder, who charged me 1 heart scale to have any one of my Pokemon relearn a single move they already knew. Man, I'm glad this mechanic is gone from future games. So I had Venusaur relearn Amnesia and Arcanine relearn Roar. I wasn't planning
trade the Pokemon over to another game so that you can learn these moves.
planning on ever using either of those moves, but I thought I'd add them in the spirit of the character-based run. Then I bought a ton of revives and went to take on the Elite Four. First up was Lorelei, who saved us from Team Rocket's sneak attack near the Dark Cave, but the bad news for her was that most of the Ice-type Pokemon in this region are also part Water-type, meaning we could just use Thunderbolt to take them down. The Pokemon that aren't weak to Water happen to be weak to Steel-type moves, and we have Iron Tail, which might not help against physical walls like Cloyster, but it is powerless against special attacks like Thunderbolt. We also managed to paralyze her signature Lapras, meaning the poor thing couldn't even attack us, and that left Lorelei with just her Slowbro. I agree, we're going through this fight way too fast, but I think that's just a skill issue on Lorelei's part. Up next was Bruno, the fighting type expert who leads with everyone's favorite fighting type Pokemon, Onix. Okay, maybe he just heard what happened with Lorelei and decided to be a bit more prepared, using Earthquake to take down our pesky Pikachu. But our Machamp also knows Earthquake, so we could just quickly return the favor. Sadly, we got outpunched by his Poliwrath, who kept spamming Superpower to take down my Pokemon. The only downside to spamming that move is that it lowers the user's physical attack and defense stats, meaning it couldn't hit hard enough to one-shot Snorlax. And its defenses were down enough to where we could knock it out with a Body Slam. Bruno followed up with his own Machamp, who used the very same move to finish off our Snorlax. But again, that made his Pokemon too weak to knock out our Arcanine, meaning we could safely spam Heat Wave and knock out yet another Pokemon. Out next was Hitmonlee, and we were running out of Pokemon. Lucky for me, Lapras could hit pretty hard with a Waterfall and deal some chip damage with Ice Shard, but it couldn't quite take down the fighter. So we had to send out Venusaur, Mega Evolve, and finish it off with a Mega Drain. Bruno's last Pokemon was even scarier because it had a super effective move, but our Mega Venusaur is just so bulky that it could take those punches like a champ and dish out enough damage to win. Having healed up our team, I made my way into the next room to fight Agatha, who happens to know quite a lot about Oak. But who is she? Is she his sister, his wife, or just a rival? We'll never know, but what we do know is that she uses a lot of poison types, just like Koga. We could take care of the Arbok by spamming Thunderbolt, but took way too much damage to do much against her first Gengar. That's right, first. She has 2 of them. However, since she does run a poison type team, it meant I could just send out my champ next and then have it spam Earthquake to take it down. Agatha followed up with her second Gengar, which happened to know Dazzling Gleam, a super effective fairy type move, but it didn't hit hard enough to knock us out, which meant her second ghost is gone as well. Call us an exorcist, cause these guys are out of the field. We sent out Lapras next to take on her Golbat, which was a good choice since this thing is weak to ice shards, and it couldn't deal much damage to us thanks to our thick shell. Oddly enough, her last Pokemon knew Thunderbolt, which was going to be a problem for Lapras, but not a problem for Arcanine, who just spammed Heat Wave to knock it out, just like the other 200 Weezings we battled so far. And with that, we just had one more trainer to face before getting to become champion. Everyone's favorite bird keeper, a Lance. Wait, that's not a bird, that's a seahorse. Which is a good thing for me because I can just one-shot it with a Thunderbolt. Now that's a bird, an ancient bird, but still a bird. Unfortunately, it knows Earthquake, so it can quickly take out our lead. But since it is also a rock-type Pokemon, I decided to send out Lapras next and use Waterfall to knock it out of the sky. Well, almost, but I could just finish it off with a Night Shard the next turn. Gyarados is yet another powerful Pokemon, and this one doesn't take much damage from her silly Ice Shards, so I had to think of another strategy, and fast. Since there was no clear good option, I thought I'd send out Machamp next, but he got flinched by Waterfall, and when I had him use Hyper Beam, I had to think of another strategy, and fast. Since there was no clear good option, I thought I'd send out Machamp next, but he got flinched by Waterfall, and when I had him use Hyper Beam, the move let me down yet again. This thing has 150 base attack and it did barely any damage. Thankfully, Snorlax was bulky enough to take one hit, and since it didn't flinch, it could use Body Slam to finish off the Water Dragon. Lance followed up with Charizard, but the bad news for him is that I know how to handle it, thanks to our good buddy Blue. So we used Toxic to poison the dragon and then took a nap to recover our health and spammed Protect until waking up. And since Lance was dumb enough to also use Hyper Beam on us and lose an extra turn thanks to the move's side effects, his Fire Dragon got easily taken down with the poison. Now time for the only real dragon on his team. The bad news for us was that our Toxic attack finally missed, and just when I thought Snorlax was done for after taking an Outrage from Dragonite, the darn Affection triggered again. The second time around our Toxic attack did land, and our Snorlax went down to the damage from burn, so it's almost as if the Toxic never missed in the first place. Arcanine bulked through an attack and did some chip damage with Crunch. Meanwhile, Dragonite got confused, but instead of punching itself, it missed its Hyper Beam. That gave us an opening to do even more damage, and with the help of Toxic, we managed to drain the dragon's HP and win ourselves the final battle. Except there was actually one more trainer left to face. Professor Oak? Or should I say Professor Joke? This guy likes his puns a bit too much. And I wish this next part was a joke, because Oak basically tells me that Kanto used to function like Scarlet and Violet, where anyone who beat the Elite Four would be registered as champion, but thankfully they realized how dumb that sounds and decided to establish a champion role, for only one person to hold. And if we want that role, we have to take it from the current champion by force. So to see if Red could become champion, I now had to fight our rival. We've technically battled him many times up until now, but I chose not to talk about those battles in order to not spoil how things would go in this one, especially since his team doesn't change all that much. For starters, he leads with a Pidgeot, which he also Mega Evolves, a nice callback to Red's real rival, and also a nice easy knockout because Pikachu can use Thunderbolt. Up next is Vileplume, which was quite the trouble in the Grass-type gym and quite the trouble for a dear pal Pikachu, but not really a problem for Arcanine. For some reason, it set up a Reflect to lower our physical moves, and then our rival did something I didn't know was possible in a game as easy as this. He swapped out his Pokemon. Our Heat Wave was useless against the Slowbro he sent out next, and thanks to that Reflect, our super effective Crunch attack wasn't gonna do much damage. I cannot believe I got outsmarted by this twerp. Wow. Anyways, the Reflect wore off, so I sent out Snorlax next and finished off the Slowbro with a Body Slam. Then he sent out the Vileplume again, which only had a few HP, and surprised me yet again by using a Max Potion to fully heal it. Someone called Giovanni. I wanna go commit a crime. For legal reasons, that is a joke. Anyways, we go for the offensive defense with Body Slam, but this pesky flower sets up a Reflect to lower our damage. It tries to set up a Solar Beam, but Snorlax knows Protect, so we can just negate its attack. Then it managed to poison us, but instead of resting, I kept going on the offensive since I was sick of dealing with this thing. Had I chosen to rest, I probably could have tanked a few more hits from his next Pokemon, but alas, I'll never know. Thankfully, Lapras can tank way more than a few hits, and knock this thing out with a couple of Waterfalls and Ice Shard. Our rival follows up with his evolved version of his starter, Jolteon, who one-shots us with a Thunder, but we can easily take care of it with an Earthquake from Machamp. That left him with just one last Pokemon, Rapidash. Never mind, I should not take this thing lightly. And it's even more of a problem because our last Pokemon is weak to fire. But we send it out anyways, Mega Evolve, and just barely tank a hit. And then we launch a Sludge Bomb, which somehow does enough damage to get the knockout. I was not expecting to win this, but I'll take it. And with that, we now know that Red could indeed become champion in the Kanto region. Remember to like, comment, subscribe. Thanks for watching, and hold it! The Red that became champion in Kanto might have gotten to battle the same gym leaders, the same Team Rocket, and even the same Elite Four as the ones we did in this game. But this guy is not his actual rival. As we all know, Red's true rival is none other than Gary Motherflippin' Oak, more formally known as Blue. So to see if Red could actually become champion, I should go fight the right rival for that title. The good news is that this is entirely possible since you can rematch every gym leader in the region once per day after you become champion. And since Blue took over the Viridian City gym, we can go there and battle him right now. The bad news is that his team is a whole 10 levels higher than all of the other gym leaders and the fake rival, so we're gonna have to do some training first. This works out in our favor since we also have one more trainer to fight and one more place to explore, the Cerulean Cave, guarded by the coach trainer holding the TM for Megahorn, which Red needs to use on his Lapras. The battle was very reminiscent of that with Giovanni, as this guy leads with a Rhydon and a Nidoking, and even though Pikachu could hack its way through the first Pokemon, it was gonna need some backup to take on the king. Thankfully, Lapras was pretty bulky and can hit the ground-type Pokemon pretty hard, getting us another knockout. It could also deal major damage to the Rapidash, which knocked itself out with Recoil after using a Flare Blitz, and the coach's next Pokemon was none other than Dewgong, which I always forget exists. Anyways, I sent out a Pokemon I do remember and had it use Superpower, which was powerful enough to get a one-shot. We continued to spam this move on his final Pokemon, which wasn't strong enough to take us down, finally getting us the last TM needed to complete Red's team. But we still needed to level up, so we decided to go inside this cave and explore. Inside, we found another legendary Pokemon, Mewtwo, which we poison stalled with our bulky Snorlax and watched as it plowed down our team. However, that poison showed no mercy and managed to knock it out. I was thinking of using the Master Ball on this thing, but I thought I'd give an Ultra Ball a shot and managed to catch it on my second throw. Legends schmegends, we're here for something else entirely, the level grind. That's because there's plenty of high-level Chansey that we can lure out using special items and chain together to make even more of them show up. We also ran into a mysterious girl who's looking for the Mewtwo we caught earlier. She tried to battle us but lost to our toxic stalling Snorlax, then tried to catch Red in several Pokeballs. Good thing she didn't use any Raspberries, otherwise we might have ended the run right there. But her plan failed and she left us alone. By that point, we had leveled up enough to where we could go and battle Blue to see if the rumors were actually true, that Red could win against him and actually become champion. His lead Pokemon Tauros is extremely bulky and can easily knock out our Pikachu, but we can counter this bull with our 4-armed Macho Man and his superpower move. Of course, Blue would always follow up with Alakazam, who sets up a Reflect to lower our physical damage, then use Psychic to one-shot our champ. Even if we do survive thanks to Affection, we can't do much damage here. Out next is Lapras, who can hit super hard with that Megahorn attack, and finish off the Psychic Spoon with an Ice Shard. Blue follows up with Executor, who has a 4x weakness to Megahorn, not sure why he sends this out next. What isn't easy is the next Pokemon, Aerodactyl. This thing loves to spam Rock Slide, which has an absurdly high flinch rate, making both Lapras and Arcanine completely useless. Our only option was to send out Snorlax and poison stall this thing back to extinction, but we run into the same problem with the Gyarados. Sure, we can poison it and stall for a few turns, but it's fast and it hits too hard for Snorlax to survive, leaving us with just Venusaur. Since this thing is poisoned and Blue's last Pokemon is a special attacker, I thought the best approach was to Mega Evolve and then spam Amnesia to max out her special defense. Meanwhile, Blue's Gyarados would slowly succumb to the poison and fate. This worked out okay enough, although it definitely managed to dent our HP a lot thanks to its outrage attack. Now it was Blue's turn to Mega Evolve, and our turn to use our one-time heal, hoping that the buffs will be enough to tank several super effective hits. Then we switched to the offensive with Sludge Bomb, but it wasn't doing much damage, and even with our maxed out bulk, we could only take 2, maybe 3 super effective hits, meaning that Red would actually lose. Kind of. I tried this battle a few more times with different strategies, and there were ways he could win. The cheater way is simply to rely on Pikachu tanking through the Tauros with affection hacks, which means we get 2 extra knockouts against Gyarados and Aerodactyl early on. Then we can have Lapras take care of the Alakazam and Executor, and Snorlax can just Toxic Stall the Charizard. But this method feels a bit cheap as it's over-reliant on Pika hacks. So instead I wanted to try another method, which was to have Arcanine use Roar and try to drag the Charizard out early. However, that move always hits last, so we're gonna take a lot of damage, and there's no guarantee we'd get the right Pokemon. So the only other thing I could try is to change up the order of my team, sending out Venusaur next instead of saving it for last. This strategy worked out great since we could bulk through and drain the Aerodactyl's health, and since we knew that the Amnesia spam would be pointless, we could also just focus on draining through the Dragon's HP too. And once the Charizard does blast us away with its fire, we could just poison it with Snorlax and stall out a few turns to win. Now, would the real Red do something like this? I'm not too sure, but I feel like these trainers are programmed to save their Kanto starter for last, so whether Red could actually defeat Blue and become champion in Kanto is very much up in the air. I personally would actually say no, as the base strategy Red loses the battle for sure. No matter how bulky the Venusaur gets, it simply could not knock out the Charizard. But what about you? Do you think Red could become champion in Kanto, or was it just a stroke of luck and plot armor writing at this point? Let me know in the comments down below. Either way, thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed, and I think I'm gonna go up to Mount Silver and just chill for a bit. Bye.
Honestly, I think it is more like... Honestly, I think it is likely that... the Red that became champion was a little bit smarter. Anyways, that was a pretty good video. Now, please hold while I set everything up now. Okay, there we go. And I get my controller. Oh boy, that is really thin. You know, thinking about it now, maybe I should have done. Maybe I should have done this. Maybe I should have streamed this yesterday for Valentine's Day, and then did the whole, and then did, and then did, and then did, and then did. Uh, and then did Generations the following day. Oops. Okay. Whew. It took us an hour. That was an hour, so we're getting started an hour in. So we're officially getting started an hour in. So we'll just add on an hour to our actual playthrough time. Oh, are we going into Sabrina? I can never remember where we were. Alright, we have 4 badges. Yeah, first 4 badges. 66. Custom power minimize. Well, since we're here, I guess we might as well. Since we're here, I guess we might as well do Sabrina. wait, wait, I think it's coming back to me. I think we got all the trainers. We got all the trainers because one of the Hex Maniacs ended up being acted like a final boss with its Destiny Bonds. No, file. Save state right there. And I think it's occurring to me that I'm supposed to be minus 5.0 decibels instead of minus 0.5 decibels. My bad. Oh well. Here we go. That was easy. Don't forget there. Oh my. Wait, I forget. Can you use an escape rope here? I know you can in the original. Oh yeah, you can. Anyways, it's Barry and Jerry Barry. Wait, no. Perfect. No. Wait, what? There we go. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I'm gonna switch. Let me switch Shading to let me switch Shading to box 14. There we go. Oh, damn. There. Okay, here we go again. And I actually checked, and this decibel count is actually perfect. So I'm gonna for cinematic mode, I'm gonna do positive 5.0 decibels. See how that works. Wow! Not only did we one-shot everything, but the only Pokemon that we didn't outspeed was Weezing, and all it did was land a Toxic on us. And no pickup this time. You know fucking what? We're blasting through right now, so so instead of going to Pallet Town, let's take the scenic route through Seafoam Islands. Apparently I forgot to give strength. Or apparently I forgot to get the gold teeth. I'm gonna do that real quick. Thanks, son. You're a lifesaver. Oh. God, I think my thumb is still hurting from yesterday. I have to exercise and warm up before going for a swim. All warmed up. Oh, hang on. Do I have... Did I pick up the Amulet coin? Yes, I did. Tried diving for Pokemon, but it was a no-go. Silly. Dive is not an HM in this game. Well, it is in the files, but it's not recognized as an HM. Young trainers and water Pokemon are common sights in these parts. You see that Misty of the Cerulean gym trains here. Why are you isolated? I love floating with the fishes here among the waves. What fishes? All there are, the only things here are... The only things over here are Tentacool. Yow. Want to float with me? No. It's appropriate. The duck Pokemon. It is constantly racked by a headache. When the headache turns intense, it begins using mysterious powers. One rare candies. Hang on. Pokemon. It clamps down on its prey with needle-sharp fangs and drains over 10 ounces of blood in one gulp. Damn! And I don't know why I forgot that Crobat isn't available until post-game. The Bat Pokemon. It has no eyes. Instead, it relies on its ultrasonic cries for echolocation to flit about in darkness. I feel like I'm turboing too much. Here we go. Revenge. Glad for money. That's all they're useful for here. Yeah, look at that. The Duck Pokemon. The forelegs are webbed, helping to make it an adept swimmer. It can be seen swimming elegantly in lakes, etc. Why is my frame rate currently half? There it goes. Seal. The Sea Lion Pokemon. Covered with light blue fur, its hide is thick and tough. It is active in bitter cold of minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. God damn it, Bulbapedia's servers are down. Hold on! Gonna get advanced map up real quick. So that I can check the encounters. I think that's everything on this floor. There's nothing on this floor. There's nothing on the next floor. Okay, there's water encounters down below. I should put on a rappel real quick. There we go. I feel like I should have waited. Water stone. What do you mean can't escape? There we go. One more step. My current Pokemon account, by the way. 56. Did I not pick up? I didn't pick up the good rod. Not quite what I was looking for, but I'll take it. dragon Pokemon. It maintains balance using its tail, which is wound up like a coil. It may spray ink from its mouth. Hey Articuno, what's up? Ugh. The Freeze Pokemon, one of the legendary bird Pokemon. With its long tail trailing behind, its flying form is magnificent. Lunch Ball. That's Ultra. Nope, that's the wrong way. Let's try. Where is the exit? we go. My boyfriend gave me big pearls. I feel like there's a dirty joke. Let's mix it up with a meteor man. There we go. Of course. I thought you were only left and I thought you would only go left and right. Check out my buff physique, he says. Win Bay. Who's your daddy? Oh god, remember that game? That was all the rage on YouTube back in the day. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that paralyzed me. Anyways, level 69, nice. Buy a couple of these. And these. This. Damn, that's... Oh, damn, that's a lot. Whew. Clefairy. Listen. Right. 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 Right juice. And what's that? What's the trade for today? Venonap, right. Do I have a Venonap on hand? Yes, I do. Okay. This isn't a Raichu. Think of me if you get one. Mouse was blocking my screen there. Sphere. Thanks. The electrodes that I traded you has a grown scroll. That's too bad. This is no better than that. Let me get one tray with me. You're a pal. How's my old Tangela? My Venonat is doing great. Large tackle screeching Sonic Boom. That's horrible. Mouse Pokemon. Its rear feet have 3 toes each. They are webbed, enabling it to swim across rivers. But can it learn surf? No. Grab the Moonstone. Coffee! Poison gas Pokemon. Its thin, balloon-like body is inflated by horribly toxic gases. It reeks when it is nearby. Oh yeah, I forgot about Rattata. Forget about Rattata. The mouse Pokemon. Its fangs are long and very sharp. They grow continuously, so it gnaws on hard things to whittle them down. The poison gas Pokemon. Very rarely, a sudden mutation can result in two small coughing twins becoming conjoined as a wheezing. Pathetic. Who wouldn't? Excuse me. Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone here. Scientist Ted. Not to be confused with Scientist Ned. Outdoors. I do have paralyzes. Well, that's... I don't really care, though. Now, hold on. Did I get... Do I have... Ditto registered? I forget. No, I do not. Okay. Snag. There we go. An elixir. Charizard. Another breathing. There's the secret key. And Team 22 Solar Beam. No ditto, huh? There you are. Transform Pokemon. It can freely recombine its own cellular structure to transform into other life forms. Impressive. Okay, that's all. Okay, that's all I was doing. Okay, that's the only reason why I was still running around. Trying to heal up real quick, just in case. Right, I know I'm gonna need some pee real quick. Nope. Break. Okay, I'm back. That's water as well. Let's get back to the game. Now, real quick, if you don't mind, I'm gonna open up PK Hex and sort my items. Hold on. There it is. Right, and start my index. That will do. Save, okay. Import battery file. Here in Pewter City, Johnny obtained the item Old Amber. Johnny left Pewter City's Pewter Museum of Science for the next destination. Farfetch'd used to move fly and flew to Cinnabar Island. Departed Pokemon Research Lab at Cinnabar Island for the next destination. Moved Lapras in Box 14. Switched around Farfetch'd and Meowth in Box 14. Switched Meowth in Box 14 with Tangela in the party. Moved Tangela from the party to Box 2. Here in Pokemon Mansion, Johnny obtained the item's secret key. Found a TM22, it contains Solar Beam. Johnny put the TM22 in the TM case. And Johnny saved the game at this location.
Welcome to the stream. Red. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge in Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure you sub to the channel U4. Red. Said. ...
Silent as ever, huh, Red? Don't worry, we'll be doing your team. Don't worry, we'll be playing through with your team very soon. In the future.
Red. Said. Person lifting weights male sign?
Huh? I surrender. Yeah, bye.
Red.
Where's that meant to be bye?
Said. Waving hand.
No, maybe I should. No, maybe I should be putting on water pulse at this point. Yeah. We're gonna get the move relearner is coming up pretty soon anyways. Probably gonna need it for Blaine anyways. I like using fire type Pokemon. I just do. I love that one. it. No, maybe for my hack, I should make Fury. I should make Fury attack a bug type move or something. Maybe Steel is work as well. Actually, speaking of hacks, my own hack, my first hack, I can't believe it's not Pokemon Emerald. And that is an official. It is officially one. I have officially created version 1.0.0. I'll see if I can get a trailer up on. I'll see if I can prepare a trailer for this Friday. Okay, one more. Yep, that's it. Okay, my plan: use a minimize to help Fire Blast miss more often. Then go in for, and then lay down with water pulses. Maybe I could use 2. Okay, Mickey? Please hold while I take care of my nightlight. I left it the same as before because well, I'm gonna be needing it off again tomorrow. Well, actually, I should probably set it to noon. There we go. Okay. Hold up. Maybe let me see if I can get the Mystic Water real quick. I did not hack in the coins. Whatever. Whatever. Let's see if we can do it without it. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. I think we can set up to +6. I am so glad that last Fire Blast missed. If it didn't, we would that unlucky burn would have costed us the entire run. Would have costed us the entire fight. Jesus fuck. Hey! While he does, and even though it doesn't say it, it also allows us to use waterfall outside of battle. Hey Bill, what's up? Not yet. Options. Fast. There we go. Now we can center. Yep, nice. Oh yeah, forget about the second leftovers. No, that's a Chesapeake. Heal up. Three Spearow in a row. Were they all female level 30? I feel like they were. God, they're getting faster. Poison point, of course. Ah, no! There we go. That was a close one. Or I really don't feel like looking through. The Fire Horse Pokemon. Its body is light and its legs are incredibly powerful. It can clear Ayer's Rock in one leap. God, what was the name of the mission? What's the name of that job in Slide 3? I could just imagine, like, Sly and Murray just witnessing a Ponyta or two. Maybe even a horde, just, like, flying up. Just like, leaping all the way across. Probably be like, heck. Come on. No, we don't want you. Go away. Not you either. Where is Rapidash? Alright, well, catch you. Peak Pokemon, its huge and magnificent wings can keep it aloft in the sky. It can remain flying a whole day without landing. That is impressive. Fucking finally! A Fire Horse Pokemon. It can gallop at a top speed of 150 miles per hour. It can race as fast as a bullet train while ablaze. Damn, bro. Anyways, with that nightmare finally over, Poison. I'll take that. Nope. Hold on, I need to heal. Six and 9 Pokemon. Nice. Stop fooling around. What's the matter with you? Alright, enough. I need to put down the soda and drink more water. I gotta pee again. There we go. Departed Pokemon Research Lab at Cinnabar Island for the next destination. Here we are. This is one island. There are several islands around here. This is one of them. My friend Celio sent the book. He's in charge of this species. Now let's just go see Celio. You're Celio. I can't believe he came out here. Absolutely, he has a research. Is it really going to go through all the dialogue? There we go. Arrived at 1 island. Arrived in 2 island. Arrived in 3 island. Get an island of family bonding. And save the game right here. We're all fully healed up. Zinc. Oh, wait. Oranberry. Baby up. Nap. Yep. Johto's data was sent to the Pokédex. The bird Pokemon. The claws on its feet are well developed. It can carry prey such as an execute to its nest over 60 miles away. Max Repel. I probably should be planning out my final moveset. No? Level 72. Surprised it's not Bulba Ivy Dina. Okay. Gotta go with the Pokemon database. For the moveset. Oh wait, we can learn Psychic. I really don't know then. Maybe I need to adjust my moveset like each time. Clefairy? Okay, we found something at least. Bone heal. Another Pidgeotto. Nana Berry. Berry. Oh, hi, Psyduck. Max Elixir. We're at level 72 now. Hold on, how many rare candies do we have? 21, so You can get to level 93 right now. Ow! Almost missing on him. Hold on. A little longer, Lost Hill. Ether. Ross. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that, Lost Hill. A hypnosis Pokemon. It carries a pendulum like do it. You know, I don't even need to read it. We all know it. Thank you. Okay, let's fly back to one island. Got it. Let me rest my finger. Gotta rest my thumb. Okay. No, not you. Okay, over here. Ice Beam. Iron Tail. Thunderbolt. Battle Bomb. I'm just not gonna waste you guys' time. Damn, 13. DM 24. DM 30. DM 35. And I know you can't see right now, but I'm checking the, but I'm going to the Celadon department store to check that. Nothing worthwhile over here. Right, and check the held items. There is smoke ball, air seed, charcoal, mystic water, and the yellow flute is pointless. See that. Export. I did the right one, right? Yeah, TM30 is Shadow Ball. You can learn Iron Tail, but that's not really worth it. Okay, now we import. Oh, right, I forgot about Aerodactyl. And I need to pee. Oh, that's better. Oh. Give. Hey, was Ponyta not Rapidash? Here we go again. Start. Fuck you. Thanks. Did I sell the EXP share? I did not. I just didn't get it. Didn't grab it yet. 72. Wow. Whew. Oh boy. Back to H now. Whiplash. Black belt. They turn stronger right now? Hey, yeah. That is definitely a water. Don't feel like being pointed today. More Pokemon. Take that, Samuel. It just occurred to me. Nope. I in fact did not get a Hitmon. Oh wow! Attack stat is insane. It must be the effort values. Good. Wow. Nope, no pickup. Yes, I am streaming. Okay. Yeah. What is it, Mickey? Come in. Let me clear out the fighting dojo first. Oh my god, fine. Hold on, folks. What do you need? No, it's the sidewalk. Clearing out snow. Know how hard it is to get underneath the snow? You need like a fucking sushi knife. You need like a fucking sushi knife. Wasted your opportunity. Right. There we go. Well gone. Oh, wait, oh, nope, that's wrong. Saves it. Right. I'm to be expecting Subway, by the way. But, panic. You just hit your last mon. Chan. You just mon your last Chan. I just went about randomly.
Welcome to the stream. TB. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge in Pokémon Crystal Legacy, so make sure you sub to the channel you won. TB. Said. Hitman Roulette.
Yeah, that kind of was it. About time you got back, by the way. You're perfect.
TB.
Said. Haven't been feeling good.
I see. Whew. Actually, I kind of am running out of steam. Level 73. Just thinking ahead to the Elite Four and Champion. Like, what do I want to use? Oh, right, yep, God damn it! I lost my grip. Okay. You know what? One sec. Give me a second. What's the... What starter did I give Blue, my rival, again? I want to... Squirtle, right. Squirrel, right, because... So that way we could... So that way we could complete the trio. Alright. Oh, there it is. Hold on. There we go. Oh, let me make that a little bigger. Alright. So, Lorelei has... Hold on. Lorelei has... Dugong... Dugong... Cloyster... Slowbro... Jinx... and... Lapras. Bruno has... Onyx... Hitmonchan... Hitmonlee... a second Onyx... and Machamp. Agatha has Gengar, Golbat, Haunter, Arbok, this is probably not the correct order, and another Gengar. Lance has a water. Come on. Hell? There we go. A water Onyx. Aerodactyl. 2 Dragonair. And a Dragonite. And lastly, our rival had Pidgeot, Rhydon, Alakazam, Rhydon, Executor, Arcanine, and Blastoise. So, for the most part, we can use Thunderbolt for Lorelei. And Shadow Ball can work for Jinx. Oh, right. We also need to use moves. So every team will have to have return and water pulse until we are sure we want to get rid of either. You can put on Thunderbolt. You can go with Thunderbolt and Shadow Ball. For Lorelei. Just get these real quick. That there. 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 And there. Hmm. Hmm. For Onyx, we could run the same but replace Thunderbolt with Ice Beam. Agatha with Agatha will use it. We can use our Psychic TM. Or no, actually no, not yet. Ag Ag Agatha, we can keep that same moveset. Lance, we can swap out. Lance, we can swap out Shadow Ball for Thunderbolt. And then there's the rival. Maybe we put Shadow Ball back on? I'll leave that on the back burner for the future. Sorry about that, folks. I'm just extremely paranoid. You're not the Karate King. That guy's back in Saffron. I forgot. Price has averted. Jesus. I was so concerned about the Elite Four and Champion that I completely forgot completely forgot one of the guys ruined us. Of the Mystic Corner on, right? Yes, I do. Oh, okay. It's time for Giovanni and Rival 6, back to back. And right on cue, Subway has arrived. Now, Level 6 should be good practice to see if my strategy will actually work. Okay. The plan works. Not bad. There we go. Hmm. Still at 21 rare candies. Oh, yeah. There we go. Right. Hold on. Flappers, get the fuck over here. Actually, I should probably put on the smoke ball for now. There we go. Ah, first try, wow. Wait, this back here? Yeah! The big monkey Pokemon. It is always outrageously furious. If it gives chase, it will tenaciously track the target no matter how far. Full restore. Actually, let me check my bag real quick. How many escape ropes do I have? That's it. Please be the last pee break. Can't keep up with this. Alright, we're good. Jackson's Blastoise with Clefairy and one-handedly. Departed from the Pokemon League gate for the next destination. Departed from the Pokemon League gate for the next destination. Yeah, to fetch Lapras. And then save them victory. Wait, no, yeah, that's it. Nice, my boy. Yes, I am gonna toss up deuces every time we flee with the smoke ball. Oh God. Stop it, there's clearly nothing new here. No, not there. Hell, there we go. You know what? Let's get our levels. Let's make sure we get our levels. Ray! Level 76. Again! Should I put on a person berry? Alright. Right. I absolutely hated that. Yes, it was. Okay. Hi! Is Magnet not available in FireRed and Leaf Green? Oh, it's only it can only be found on wild magneton. And I recall the Never Melts Ice being in the post game. I might have to settle for the spell tag. TM50 overheat. There we go. Let me just sort out my items real quick. Wait, where's the spell tag? Oh my god. Let's move you up just in case.
TB.
Said. Good luck with Bruno.
I think I have a plan for it. I've planned out movesets for the whole thing.
TB.
Said. It would probably be easier in Let's Go LOL.
Do I have the Lucky Egg on already? Or leftovers? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, everybody, here we go. Make your final guesses if we can win this or not. Let's do this. Now it's on me. I forgot to heal my health. I think I might need some quick claw luck. Quick Claw! God damn it! Level up! Level up after the last Pokemon so that I don't waste rare candies.
TB.
Said. Oh wow, you made it past Bruno.
TB.
Said. I was having dinner.
It only took Quick Claw activating and Machamp's Cross Chop missing. My god, we got so unlucky with those sleep turds! I was trying to avoid it, but I think we have to use rare candies. Now, before we watch the ending, I think we should... Let's go on ahead and react to Can Turo become champion in Pokemon Scarlet? An hour 19. Yeah, this is definitely meant to be like the grand finale.
This is Turo, the future-loving Pokemon professor exclusive to Violet version. Long before becoming a professor, Turo was a champion-ranked trainer in the region. Maybe. He's listed in the Hall of Fame book at the Academy, but we all know that some trainers can get in there for outstanding achievements like taking down a bunch of Titan Pokemon and finding the cure to cancer. Did the game ever tell us what was actually wrong with Arvin's dog? Wait, no, I'm getting more sidetracked than Turo when he went to pick up milk from the store. Now, where was I? Oh, right, to find out if Turo was actually a top-tier trainer, I decided to play through Pokemon Scarlet as Turo, using the same Pokemon movesets and abilities as his in-game team. Yeah, none of these Pokemon are even available in Scarlet version. But since we're talking about past Turo here, let's just assume that he's used the present-day versions of these Paradox Pokemon, and I know that Iron Valiant could be represented by one of two final evolutions, so just let RNG decide based on the gender of the first routes I run into. Now before we kick off this journey, I think I should tell you that this isn't any old character run. It's the season finale to my Paldea and Could X Become Champion series, which has quite a bit of story and lore. You can go watch all the other episodes if you like this stuff and linked in the description, but since you're already here, let me just give you the quick rundown. I was sent to Paldea to test the power levels of his gym leaders, but got stuck in a time loop thanks to the past obsessed Professor Sada and her malfunctioning time machine. Along the way, I was given the powers of the 4 Curses of Ruination and found out that this Pokemon named Terapagos was turning my previous selves into crystal stakes for some reason. On my last journey with the gym leaders, I got sent back 1,000 years. A lot has happened in that time, but I mostly took a really long nap. When I finally woke up, I ran into Turo all the way in Kitakami, and now we're back to Paldea to help save his dear Sada from the clutches of Terapagos. And that's where I come in.
Are you done monologuing yet?
Almost. I just need to write out all the rules we'll be following to keep this run fair.
Rules? Fair? Do you think Terapagos has been playing fair? Give me that list. The only rule we'll follow is that we win. And also no revives or excessive heals. I'm nearly out of money from all the traveling, and those things are expensive.
Dang, dude. You need to chill.
Chill? Chill? You do realize I'm always freezing thanks to that little curse your past self gave me, right?
Yeah, you keep telling me about this talking vampy, but I don't remember that ever happening.
Well then feast your eyes, ogre boy. Because this is what happens when you try to play fair with Terapagos. See that stick over there? That was you at some point.
Huh, now that you mention it, it does look familiar. I'm surprised it's still in one piece.
And why is that?
It's funny that you of all people asked that question. But I guess I should be thanking you for breaking all those other stakes. Because if what Calyrex told me is true, that's exactly what we need to do.
Wait, what are you...
Man, that felt good.
Why would you do that?
Because the Pokemon encased in that stake was part of me. While its physical form is long gone, things like its soul and memories remain locked within the crystal. By shattering them, they can finally be free and return to their rightful owner, me.
So you remember everything you did as a vampy now?
Vaguely, but most importantly, I remember exactly where we need to go to get some info on Terapagos.
You do?
Yeah, but first we're gonna need to go collect some gym badges. We started our journey by catching that male route and making our way to Mesagoza. Since I can finally use items in a challenge run, I didn't want to let this opportunity go to waste, so we instantly hit the shops and got some wise glasses for a young Valiant. We also spent a ton of time looking around the rooftops of Mesagoza, mainly to find a TM for Grassnot. We technically could have just taken the normal path, but getting to this area requires you to walk through some very hard to see side streets. Anyways, now that we're done prepping, it was time to head out east and catch our second team member, Makuhita. Or should I say Hands. While exploring the area to snag some other TMs like Icy Wind and Bulldoze, we saw a giant cloth and decided to challenge it for some extra experience before taking on the gyms. Our strategy was pretty simple: spam Sand Attack to lower its accuracy, then Grass Knot to make its HP fall down to 0. Having gained some confidence in our team, we hopped back to Mesagoza to get a held item for Hands, and then took the scenic road to Purtando, making sure to pick up that TM for Rock Tomb along the way. Unfortunately for us, one good move would not be enough to sweep at Katie's gym. She ain't even hiring janitors right now. Our initial strategy was to set up Focus Energy for more crit hits than spam Rock Tomb, but our HP got cut down pretty fast, and since Teddy Ursa is more nimble, it could finish off Hands before we could throw rocks. Meanwhile, Valiant would just get one shot. He's a baby. Since it was important to keep Hands alive, in our next attempt, we spammed Sand Attack to make it so that Nimble couldn't kick us, then used the potion to heal and set up a substitute. Unfortunately, these dolls are too easily broken, so instead of trying again, we rage quit, went back down to where Cloth hangs out, and picked up the TM for Drain Punch. Why bother with all these fancy strategies when we can just brute force our way to a win? Am I right, gamers? On turn 1, we set up our Focus Energy since crit hits are nice, then we terrestrialize into a fighting type, giving us double stab, which means our not very effective fighting type move would be doing normal amounts of damage. And we could also recover some HP along the way. When Katie sent out her ace, we decided to give it some pocket sand because those fury swipes are annoying, and then I thought I'd try throwing some rocks at her bear, and guess all we needed was one crit hit. Unfortunately for us, this wasn't the only difficult early game gym for Turo. While we had no trouble drain punching all the rowdy Sunflora and Artisan, we couldn't exactly punch Brassius' lead since it kept putting us to sleep on the very first turn. And even when we managed to wake up and push through to his ace, the Sudowoodo was somehow too fast, and our Valiant was still way too weak, still a baby. We tried this battle several times, and for some reason, the 75% accuracy Sleep Powder landed every single time. Our substitute could only bulk through one move, and even at full HP, Hands couldn't take down the Sudowoodo. We even tried an evasion-based strategy where Hands used Mud Slap to lower Sudowoodo down the
I deleted that footage, but the Drain Punch was a
Sudowoodo. We even tried an evasion-based strategy where Hands used Mud Slap to lower Sudowoodo's accuracy, and Valiant set up like 3 double teams, so we could survive for a few extra turns. But sadly, our super effective Icy Wind attacks were doing basically baby damage because Routes is still a baby, meaning it was back to square one. At first, my idea was to go and snag that Eviolite item from the secluded beach, but in order to get it, we'd have to win 7 battles against trainers that are way above our level. So instead, we settled on another strategy, the key to which was also found on that secluded beach. Bulk Up. It's a simple status move that boosts the user's physical attack and defense stats, and is just what Hands needed to turn the tides of battle. We spammed Mud Slap on the Petalo so that its Sleep Powder would finally miss, and then we healed up because it wasn't missing enough. And of course it's gonna hit us! Thankfully, the rest of its attacks didn't, so we could wake up, set up a Focus Energy for more crits, and then start bulking up our stats. Again? Okay, I'm done playing games with this little flower. Next time we wake up, it's going down. I should've just KO'd it sooner, to be honest, since Smoliv only knows physical moves and spamming Bulk Up would make it do even less damage. This meant we could now safely max out our stats, terrestrialize, and one-punch the Olive. Brassius followed up with his Sudowoodo, but this time the Trailblaze was barely doing any damage, and if the tree wasn't so sturdy, it would have gotten one shot. I guess it gets 2 shot instead. Having acquired our second gym badge, we made our way towards Levincia for gym number 3, and let me tell you gamers, Iono was even more of a challenge. Going into a fight 2v4 is always a bad idea, but it's even worse of an idea when your lead is weak to their lead, and your ace deals less damage than if I were to throw an actual ace card at the enemy. And to make matters worse, we were severely underleveled. Needless to say, we were going to have to train up our team a bit, and since I never got to finish that quest to get the Eviolite, I thought it was a good time as any to head back towards the secluded beach and take down some trainers. Oh look, there's even Larvitar along the way, so we can have a third teammate. After winning a series of battle, our weak little Ralts finally managed to evolve into a Curlia, our new Larvitar got the Eviolite for extra bulk, and we weren't even done with our prep, because the level cap at Iono's gym is 24. And guess what level Makuhita needs to be in order to evolve? So we gave it some candy and went back for a proper rematch. Larvitar used Smackdown to knock her first Pokemon out of the sky, then screeched at her belly button to turbo lower its physical defense. After that, we could do some major damage with a Stomping Tantrum, but she countered us with a Water Gun, so poor little Thorns was down for the count. Thankfully, our newly evolved hands could easily bulldoze through this bulky frog. Luxio tried to intimidate us, so we set up a Focus Energy and switched to using Draining Punch. That way we'd have enough HP for her final Pokemon. She tried to confuse us, but that didn't stop Hands from throwing a punch. And next, Iono went on the offensive, but her Hex attack wasn't doing much either, which meant all we had to do was punch her Ghost one more time. And now the third badge was mine.
Damn, that was
ours.
Hold it, you two!
Iono?
Aha! I knew it was you!
Wait, you recognize me?
How could I not, Mr. Shocky Sheep? Even if you disguise yourself as another Pokemon, I can still tell it's you.
Man, I haven't been called that name in ages.
Ages? But we just talked the other day.
The other day? You mean when Sada put me in her time machine?
No, that was a week ago. But then she told me you were probably just lost somewhere in the region since she only sent you back by a couple days. So, I made a bunch of videos asking all my viewers to help find you. And a few days later, I got a ton of DMs telling me about a talking Psyche duck named Vasco who was wandering around the lighthouse. I got there faster than lightning, and that's when we talked.
Yeah, I don't remember any of that happening.
Did turning into a rock wipe your memories or something, Green Guy?
Green Guy? Wait. Turning into a rock?
Yeah, you kind of freaked out when you saw me. Said you'd give me a special gift, and then poof, you became this really pretty crystal rock thing.
And you're saying this all happened the other day?
Yeah, like 2 days ago.
But that's impossible. We were just heading back from Kitakami 2 days ago.
Hey, Shocky Sheep, that's not fair. How come you're going around having adventures with this grumpy Gramps instead of me?
It's a lot to explain, and I will, but, could you take us to where that pretty crystal was?
Fine, but you better tell me everything along the way.
Yes, I will.
Wow, I can't believe you got to travel through time so many times. Maybe I should go ask Sada to put me in the time machine too.
No, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Also, were you always this envious? Wait, what gift did the Psyche duck give you exactly?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Did you feel anything different after your encounter?
Now that you mentioned it, I've been feeling kind of warm ever since I met Mr. Psyche Duck, but I'm pretty sure it's just a fever or something.
No. Fevers make you feel cold. I believe I know what's going on here.
You do?
Indeed. When I met the talking Fampi years ago, it too gave me a gift.
Then I want that gift too.
No, you do not, foolish little girl. For it is not a gift, but a curse.
The power of a curse, actually.
Power? The only thing this power's done is make me feel cold all the time, and a nagging feeling of hatred towards the world.
That's probably what I have too. It's just hot all the time, and I'm a lot more envious of everyone, including you, Grumpy Gramps.
Stop calling me that, you insolent little girl.
Only when you stop scowling at me all the time, Grumpy Gramps.
Only when you start talking in a normal volume. Turn it down a bit. Jeez, you act like your mother's a Loudred.
I'll have you know, my mama is a hex maniac and not a big mouth Pokemon.
Enough, you two! The past me's gave you their powers because they thought of you as friends, because they wanted to protect you both from Terrapagos. We're on the same team here, so stop arguing already.
I apologize. I've lost my composure.
Me too. I'm sorry, Shocky Sheep. And I'm sorry, Grumpy Gramps.
Hey.
Turo, let it go. She only gives these silly nicknames to people she likes.
Fine. I'll put up with it for now.
Great. Now then, to do the thing we came here for.
Mr. Shocky Sheep, why did you do that?
Because that crystal was holding on to some of my soul, and by breaking it, I could finally set it free.
Your soul? Oh, Mama did mention she sent something in there, but she couldn't find a way to bring you back.
You tried to bring him back?
Of course! Mr. Shocky Sheep and I were the bestest of friends. I wasn't gonna leave him to be a statue forever. Wait, are you saying you didn't try to help the Shocky Sheep you met before?
Of course I tried. My dear Sada and I ran all sorts of experiments and analyses on that stone, but we couldn't find a way to undo the petrification.
Aw, you guys. See? Same team.
Fine. Miss Iono, it appears I have severely misjudged you.
Same here, Grumpy Gramps. But I guess I can't call you that now that you're smiling.
No, you can keep calling me that if you wish. Anyways, green guy, I think we've lingered here long enough.
Wait, you're leaving already? Can I come too?
As you may have guessed by now, the two of us are on a quest to take down the Pokémon that caused this whole mess. The time travel, the petrification, not to mention brainwashing my wife. Is far too dangerous for someone like you to get involved.
Aw, come on, Grumpy Gramps. I'm pretty strong, you know. I am a champion rank trainer after all, and I have the power of a curse just like you.
Fine. As much as I hate to admit it, you may prove to be a valuable ally. We'll be sure to call you if things go south.
Sounds like you're still planning to leave me behind, but I want to travel with Mr. Shocky Sheep too.
Hey, Iono, I know you want to join us right now, but there's something else we need help with. Something only you can do.
And what would that be, Mr. Shocky Sheep?
Unlike Turo here, who's extremely antisocial, you're very friendly and have an extensive network of fans ready to give you useful information. I mean, I've gone through Paldea at least 8 different times and haven't managed to find a single other me. But it took you only a few days.
Well, I am Paldea's #1 streamer.
Exactly. So while we're going around and preparing for our eventual battle with Terrapagos, it would be really helpful if you could hang back and try to gather some extra information for us.
Sure, I could do that. So what you want to know?
A lot of things. For starters, there should be 2 other Miis wandering around the region. Maybe they've already turned to stone, but it's very important that I find them.
More Shocky Sheeps or Sparkly Stones. Got it. What else?
Well, any information on Area 0 or Terrapagos would be pretty useful.
I see. Well, leave it all to me, Mr. Shocky Sheep. And you too, Grumpy Gramps.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Iono. Now then, let us be on our way.
Having finished our talks with Iono, we decided to rummage through a pile of stones in the local mines until we found the Dawnstone needed to evolve Curlia into a Gallade. Now that our Valiant had finally evolved, we could have it hold the muscle band that used to be on hands, and it's so strong that it can practically one-shot the giant worm lurking around the mines. We also decided to level up a bit more by challenging the local trainers in the mines, which got us an extra item, the Punching Glove, which is perfect for hands since it boosts the power of punching moves, and we have a lot of those. With our training complete, we made our way towards the other side of the map where things were just as strange. There was a giant flying stork that we shot out of the sky, there was a blockade on the road towards Cascarafa, and the only side route was through the desert where there was another giant Pokemon that looked like an ancient Donphan. We decided to approach this Pokemon since we've already taken down like 3 giants, and on the way saw another member for our team. No, not that! Come back here, Larvesta. You're the one we need. But if you've seen the Sada video, you know I know that Larvesta isn't the best lead at the moment. So instead we led with Valiant, which wasn't a good choice either. We decided to give Moth a try, and even though it got one shot, its flame body ability managed to burn the giant tusk, so its physical moves won't be as strong now. Then we followed up with Thorns, who used Screech to lower this Titan's physical defenses, and finally we sent out Hands for the sweep. We were bulky enough to take a punch, and had our handy Draining Punch to help heal us up after attacking. Sadly, that healing wasn't enough, so we had to use 1 Hyper Potion, but that's all we needed to survive and take down the 4th Titan. Now that the coast was clear, we could finally go to Cascarafa and challenge the Water-type gym. Our first order of business was to get rid of our Flying-type weakness by terastallizing into a Psychic type, that way Veluza wouldn't just knock us out. And instead, we could knock it out with our Leaf Blades. The Work Trio also got 1 shot, but it did get to lower our speed thanks to its GUI ability. Lucky for us, we were still faster than the Snowy Crab, and our Leaf Blades Doublade was strong enough to just one-shot it as well, getting us our easiest win of the run, the Gallade solo sweep. Now that we had 4 gym badges, it was time to go shopping. Yeah, money! We got the Razor Claw to help boost Valiant's crit rate, and gave our Muscle Band to Moth, who is definitely a physical attacker, just like the rest of our team. Anyways, our next stop was Medali, which meant even more walking through the desert. This time we decided to battle some of the trainers near Porto Marinata, which got Larvitar to evolve, as well as that Focus Ash item from the League rep near town. And let me tell you gamers, this is like the most useful item in the run, because it functions like Sudowoodo's sturdy ability. The Pokemon will survive with 1 HP and will not get one shot, which will give a lot more Pokemon a chance to shine. Our strategy against Larry was to lead with Hands since it's got that super effective fighting type move, but his drowsy Kamala got to put our Muscle Man to sleep. We managed to finish off the lead before that happened, but sadly our lead became the punching bag for Larry's Dudunsparce. Next we followed up with Gallade, who also knew a fighting type move, allowing us to one-shot the Middlemon, and that left Larry with just his Staraptor, which could easily one-shot us with an Aerial Ace. Probably could've just Terastallized here to take less damage, but hindsight 2020. Anyways, we followed up with Thorns, which is extremely bulky thanks to that Eviolite, and decided to spam Screech in order to cut down Staraptor's defenses. Then we used Smackdown to deal a bit of damage, and the rest was all up to Moth. A weak little bug against an overpowered normal bird. And of course, we decided to Terastallize here into a bug type, because I don't know, I genuinely don't know what I was thinking during this battle. We got hit with a super effective Aerial Ace, but survived with 1 HP thanks to the Focus Sash, and then we attacked with our strongest move, Leech Life, meaning for once, the bug had the real advantage, although I definitely didn't have to dunk on Larry like this. I'm sorry, pal. The good news for us is that we could now go catch a flying type of our own as well, Delibird, a Pokemon that's giving me a bad case of the Mandela effect. If I were to ask you, what color does shiny Delibird have, and you answered blue just like I did, you'd be surprised to find out that in fact the shiny Delibird was never blue. It was always this weird purple color, yet I have a very strong memory of seeing a blue Delibird, and I can't even find any clues of this online. Did a blue Delibird ever exist? You guys let me know in the comments please. Anyways, weird tangents aside, it was time to battle Rhyme. We decided to lead with Bundle and Thorns, setting up a layer of spikes and then using Crunch to damage the Bayonet. Rhyme's team wasn't doing too much damage to us, so we decided to set up a second layer of spikes and finish off her first ghost. She followed up with Houndstone, which vanished into thin air, so we decided to double down on the Mimikyu, breaking its disguise and crunching its claws. Sadly, her Houndstone Shadow Force was payback, knocking out our Bundle, so no more savings for us. Rhyme terastallized her Ace and went after Thorns, but that Eviolite item was good at keeping us alive. We returned a favor with a Crunch, which managed to one-shot, which left her with just a Ghost Dog. Instead of playing fetch though, it loves to hide. The following turn it finally got to take out Thorns, but it was left wide open for the aggressive Pets of Hands, which quickly ended the battle. Having claimed 6 badges, it was time to once again go to the other side of the map for the next gym. But in order to get to Alfornata, you have to get through this giant cave, and inside the cave, you find our last teammate for this run, Dano. This Pokemon has me extra worried since its final evolution doesn't happen until level 64, but the cap for Gita, the region's champion, is 62, meaning we'll be fighting Miss Top Champion here with a Pokemon that isn't even fully evolved, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, let's focus on the next gym. In our battle against Tulip, we once again decided to bundle together several layers of spikes for her team. Then it was time for Moth to shine again, since bug-type moves are super effective here. The bad news was that we were too slow for the Gardevoir and too simp to one-shot it with a super effective critical hit. What? Oh right, I forgot that Gardevoir's newly added fairy typing makes it take normal amounts of damage from dark type moves, so it wasn't super effective. Still, we managed to finish it off the next turn, but we were once again too slow, so Tulip's Espathra could finish us off. Thankfully, Thorns was bulky enough to take her psychic attacks and strong enough to finish it off with a couple of crunches, leaving Tulip with just her Ace, which is pretty threatening. It's got a super powerful fairy type move, and her physical dark type attack wasn't quite strong enough to one-shot, which means that our new team member, the Emo Dinosaur, has to carry here. We terastallized into a dark type, survived a super effective Moonblast thanks to that Focus Sash again, and finished off the battle with a powerful Crunch. Truly a scuffed victory, but a victory nonetheless. and that meant just one more gym badge to get. But before we run up Glaciado Mountain, I decided to take a different route and ran into some pretty weird environmental effects. I know it's supposed to be snowing in this area, but for some reason it felt extra sparkly and a bit out of place. Not sure if it's a glitch or intended, but I thought it looked a bit cool, so I just wanted to share. Anyways, time to battle Grusha. Just like the usual, we try to set up a bunch of spikes, but this time around his lead Pokemon managed to one-shot us. We followed up with Thorns, which could return the one-shot favor, to which Grusha responded with Cetitan, who said no you to our no you, knocking out our Pokemon in a one-shot as well. It was time to stop this one-shot charade, so we followed up with Hands, who finally didn't end the battle in one hit, which to be honest isn't a great thing, but it makes it a bit more fun. Unfortunately, fun is simply unbearable for Grusha, who used Icicle Crash to flinch Hands and then finished him off the next turn. We sent out Moth next, which used his Flame Wheel to do some decent damage, but took a big hit from an Earthquake and then got finished off with an Aqua Jet before we could do anything else. I should have sent out Valiant earlier to be honest, but I didn't think he was fast enough. I stunk wrong. Since Grusha turned his ace Pokemon into a pure Ice type, we could just attack it with Sacred Sword and finish it off in one blow, getting us the final gym badge needed to challenge the Elite Four. Way to go, Turo.
Oh hey, another talking Pokemon.
Wait, Grusha, you remember me too?
No, we've never met before.
The boy clearly said another.
That's right. Say, you aren't going to turn to ice too, are you?
Turn to ice? Not stone? No, I will not. But I'd appreciate it if you could take us to the one that did.
I'd rather not.
And why is that?
I'm scared that if I go back there, I might turn to ice too.
You're a lot more cowardly than I remember. Wait, did that talking Pokemon give you a gift by any chance?
I don't think so, but it is kind of creepy that you're asking all these super specific questions.
Sorry, didn't mean to scare you like that, but could you at least tell us a bit more about this other talking Pokemon?
Sure. I was just stepping out for a walk yesterday morning when a little Gimmighoul suddenly got in my way and asked for directions.
Sounds like the Pokemon we're looking for. So, where did he want to go?
Top of the mountain.
That sounds like quite the long walk.
It was, and I should have known better than to join him for the hike. My leg still hasn't fully recovered from that incident.
Wait, you went all the way to the top of the mountain?
Yeah, it was almost noon by the time we made it up there, and as soon as we did, there was some sort of earthquake. Then the Pokemon turned to ice.
Did anything else happen?
I don't think so. Maybe some sort of eclipse? Because everything got darker, even though there wasn't a single cloud in the sky.
Say, boy, what color is my tie?
I don't know. Blue, maybe?
Sounds like everything is still a lot darker for you than usual. This tie is clearly purple. You'd only confuse the colors if you aren't perceiving enough light. Given the information we've collected so far, I'd say he did, in fact, receive a gift from the talking Pokemon too, just like Miss Iono.
Iono? I knew I should have messaged her about it, especially with all the videos she's been posting about these talking Pokemon.
Then why didn't you, boy?
'Cause it's embarrassing, old man. I don't want her to know that I'm a friendo. And what if she accidentally leaked our DMs in one of her streams? Then the whole world would know.
So you just care about your image?
Yeah, people look up to me 'cause I'm cool and collected. And I'm scared to let them down, you know? Can you imagine how disappointed they'd be if they found out I like watching someone as hyper as Iono?
So you're scared of letting down absolute strangers?
Alright, enough of this, you two. Turo, this is your second strike. You gotta stop picking fights with people.
But if he had informed Iono, we could have gotten here sooner. And what if there's a bunch of other cowards like him, withholding important information on Galapagos? If this boy is so concerned about the kind of role model he's being, then he should at least be a good one, not this.
Oh my gosh, Turo, cut him some slack. It sounds like Grusha got the power of fear, so it's probably extra hard for him to do these kind of things right now.
No, he's right.
He
I
is?
am? See?
Iono and I have been colleagues for a long time, long before I met this talking Pokemon. And I never once had the courage to tell her that I like her content, even though I've been a fan long before she got popular.
Okay.
I just didn't want to ruin people's image of me, even if it meant I couldn't talk to others that I thought were cool. But what that old man just said, it really struck a chord with me, you know?
I thought he was just being a hater.
Maybe, but he's definitely right about one thing. If I'm going to be scared of ruining the image people have of me, then that image better be a good one. Because what's scarier than letting people down is leading people astray.
Bro.
So even though I'm kind of terrified right now, let me make up for my mistake. I'll take you to the spot where that talking Pokemon turned to ice.
Great. And while we walk there, how about I tell you everything that's happened so far?
Wow, your story sounds pretty cool. Anyways, we're here.
Thanks, Grusha. Also, that's definitely a crystal and not ice.
Sorry, everything looks kind of dark, so it's hard to tell.
That's alright. We found what we were looking for. Now then.
Rest in peace, Gimme Ghoul.
Listen, boy. No, man. I take back what I said about you. It took me years to overcome the hatred that flowed through my mind thanks to this curse. Yet in one short conversation, you managed to brave through the fear that's flooding yours.
It sounds kind of cool when you put it that way. But in reality, I just found a bigger fear that's happened to set me on a better path. Speaking of which, this Terapagos sounds like quite the scary foe. So if the two of you need some backup, please, let me know.
Huh. It seems like we found ourselves another reliable ally.
Another?
Iono is also helping us out.
Iono?
Who do you think asked her to help find all this info on all these talking Pokemon and Terapagos?
I see.
We didn't just scare you away again, did we?
No. Okay, maybe a little, but I want to help regardless.
Haha, attaboy. We'll be sure to call you when the time is right.
Cool, I'll be ready.
Now then, let's go prepare for the final trial.
Before making our way to the Elite Four, Tura and I needed to train up a bit more, so it...
Final trial.
Before making our way to the Elite Four, Tura and I...
We regret to inform you that we do not find sufficient alignment between your qualifications and this opening. If you would like to be considered for another opportunity, we welcome you to review our posted...
I needed to train up
You won't get hired,
a bit more, so it was time to head the flower field to the north one last time. We made the most effective buttermayo sandwich, and then went after any Chansey or Blissey that wasn't smart enough to run away. This gave us enough experience points to level up our team by 10, and evolve both Torns and Jugulus, which is apparently taken from the Latin word Jugulum, which means neck. The future form of this thing is just iron neck, but Jugulus definitely sounds cooler. Anyways, it was time to take on the Elite Four. Our strategy against Rika was to smash her ground-type Pokemon with hands, but her Donphan shook up those plans with a critical hit. We tried to continue the sweep with Valiant and his Leaf Blades, but the Elephant was just too sturdy, and her Dugtrio decided to sucker punch us. So it was finally time for Bundle to do something other than set up spikes. This time, it would go on the offensive, using the Ice Spinner move we got from Grusha, allowing it to one-shot the Dugtrio and deal major damage to the Eclair. Rika tried to Toxic Stall us for some reason, but we had a clause against that in the fine print, not enough to opt out of this bundle. Poppy was up next, and for once, I had zero struggles against her. We set up Belly Drum with hands, which maxes out our attack stat and cuts her HP in half, but Poppy wasted her first turn setting up Stealth Rock, which meant we could just go ahead and Drain Punch through her whole team, including the bulky Corviknight and the overpowered Kirby. Larry, on the other hand, was a lot more trouble than usual, probably because we embarrassed him with a bug early in this run. We decided to lead with Bundle again, since the Ice Spinner move is super effective against his lead, Tropius. For some reason, he decided to follow up with Altaria, which is another Pokemon that has a 4x weakness to Ice-type moves. Finally, a Pokemon that makes sense. A little too much sense if you ask me. We decided to try Hands next since it knows Ice Punch, but sadly it got one-shot by Brave Bird as well. Moth was back for a rematch, and just like last time, Staraptor failed to one-shot thanks to the Focus Sash, and then it knocked itself out with Recoil. Larry sent out his Oricorio next, and we responded with Thorns, which could easily one-shot with a Stone Edge. However, Thorns has a 4x weakness against Fighting-type moves, and that's exactly what Larry decided to use next. We followed up with Jugulus, who happens to have a 2x weakness to Fighting-type moves, but it was also holding the Eviolite to super boost its defenses, allowing it to survive one attack and use Scary Face to slow down the Florida Bird. There are speed limits, Floridians. You know who you are. Turns out that made us fast enough to attack first, almost knocking out Larry's ace, but since it lived with a few HP, it got to take us out, before dying to the effects of Sandstorm. And since we still had Valiant in the party with full HP, that was another victory for me. Before going on to fight Hassel, we decided it was finally time to let Moth evolve. After all, the level cap was now slightly above its evolution level, and that also meant we could switch up our items a bit, giving our newly evolved Pokemon the Wise Glasses for more special attack, and slapping that Focus Sash onto Jugulus. I would have kept the Eviolite, but considering Hassel uses strong dragons, a guaranteed survive sounded like the better option. We continue to lead with Bundle, who has once again just become our one-trick deli, using Ice Spinner to instantly knock out Noivern. Out next was Haxorus, and we responded with Thorns, which causes a Sandstorm and can bulk through a super effective attack, and also could deal some decent damage with Ice Fang. However, it is not immune to flinching, so down it goes. Thankfully, Moth is fast enough to finish off the Haxorus and has a Psychic type move to take care of the Poison Seahorse Dragon. Its Bug Buzz attack was powerful enough to one-shot Flapple, leaving out Hazel with just his ace. Moth was still fast enough to land the first hit, but it barely did any damage and then got one-shot by the Frosty Dragon. We followed up with Jugulus, who could tank through one move thanks to the Sash, and used Scary Face to slow the dragon down so that the rest of the team could potentially attack first and do some damage. It was time to go all out, so we sent out Valiant, Terrastalize into a Psychic type for an extra buff, and then used Psycho Cuck to, 1 HP. Lucky for us, we still had an extra hand around, using Knock Off to slap that 1 HP out of Hazel's grasp. Having conquered the Elite Four, Tura and I could finally challenge Gita, and see if he has what it takes to become champion. While Gita was busy setting up random reflects, we used Bundle to layer on some spikes for the rest of her team. Then we followed up with Moth, who set up a Quiver Dance to boost its stats. Whoops, I forgot that she had that ability, but nothing to worry about since we can resist her attacks and then one-shot the next turn. And with the setup complete, it was smooth sailing. We used Heat Wave to burn away her King Gambit, Bug Buzz to make Veluza buzz off, another Heat Wave to melt her Avalugg, and another Bug Buzz to make her Go-Goat go to wait. Her Glimora actually managed to survive one attack and even finished off Moth with a single Sludge Wave, but at this point she was in such a bad corner that I could send out a not fully evolved Jugulus, have it survive with 1 HP, and then finish off her best Pokemon with a simple Crunch. So to answer the question of could Turo actually become champion, at least Turo in the past, and the answer is absolutely yes, as long as you can use held items. Otherwise, he does not stand a chance. That Eviolite and Focus Sash definitely helped us turn the tides of too many battles, but were definitely necessary for this run considering how odd Turo's team is.
You done talking trash yet?
Sorry about that.
So who here knows something about Tarapagos?
Here? No one.
But you said that we could find someone who knew if I could make it to the champion rank, and I did, so where are they? You didn't lie to me, did you?
Of course not, but the person who knows isn't here. We just needed the rank so that the Pokemon League can't stop us from getting to where they are.
And where is that exactly?
Area 0.
And here we are.
Well, 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 if it isn't my deadbeat husband and that clingy talking Pokemon that won't take a hint.
And who are you?
Come now, Turo. Surely you haven't forgotten about me already? It's only been, what, 10 years since you left?
I will not ask a third time. Who are you?
It's me, Sada, your lovely wife.
You really think I can't recognize my own wife? You may look like her and sound like her, but you are not my Sada.
I didn't think you'd be this sharp.
Where is she?
I can tell you dressed up in everything just to see her. But unfortunately for you, Sada isn't here right now.
Then where is she?
Why so serious, Turo?
I am not here to play games with a filthy imposter. I don't know what you are or what you're doing here, but you will tell me where to find my wife right now.
She always did like how assertive you are. Fine, I'll answer some of your questions. Just remember to take deep breaths, okay? I am Sada's trusty robot assistant, running on an AI constructed from her memories. She built me after you abandoned her. After all, if her dear husband betrayed her, the only person she could trust in this sad, cruel world was herself.
Stop dancing around the question, robot. Where is my Sada?
Ugh, you're no fun. No wonder Terrapagos doesn't like you. Sada happened to find a little talking mouse Pokemon poking its nose where it does not belong, and since he convinced her that our time machine is broken, which it is not, she decided to go and try fix it.
Talking mouse Pokemon? That's the last me.
Correct. This is the third time you've waltzed into our lab. Uninvited, I might add.
Well, it wouldn't have happened if you stopped throwing me into your time machine.
Whatever do you mean? We've only sent you back once, yet somehow it made 2 of you, and you're speaking all sorts of nonsense, just like the mouse. No wonder Terrapagos doesn't like you.
Enough idle chatter. You will take us to Sada.
And if I refuse?
Then we'll have to use force.
Well then, be my guest. I'm sure my roaring moon will have a fun time tearing through your team. But let's take this elsewhere. I'm sure you don't want to accidentally destroy your dear Sada's research. Follow me.
Ogre, have your cudgel at the ready. If she tries anything funny, you know what to do.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, really?
Of course. I may not be your Sada, but I am just like her. I would never intentionally hurt you. If anything, I might just be eager to show you the fruits of our research. Now come.
You're taking us to the time machine, aren't you?
Quite the lovely place for a conclusive battle, wouldn't you say? Now then, let us begin.
The battle started out as Mirror Moth versus Ancient Moth. We set up a quiver dance to boost our stats, and AI Sada attacked us with a lunge to lower our attack. Then we went to the offensive with Psychic, but since her Moth survived with 1 HP, it got to hit us again and lower our speed this time. Thankfully, we were still fast enough to finish it off the next turn. She followed up with Flutter Mane, which had a Rock type move, and as we all know, Moth weak to Rock. We send out Hands next, which could use its Heavy Slam to make this thing go extinct. It even managed to do some major damage to the Screen Tail, although this thing likes to play rough. We followed up with Bundle that did some chip damage, and then Thorns, who finally finished it off. Her Brute Bonnet was also a bit tricky since it could use Giga Drain to steal some of our health, however, it wasn't stealing enough to survive the onslaught of super effective Ice Fang attacks. We didn't have much HP left to do more with Thorns, but that just means that Jugulus would get to enjoy its one single battle in its fully evolved form. This 3-headed dragon is pretty bulky, being able to take several hits like a champ, and pretty strong too, using Earth Power twice to finish off the Sandy Shocks. That left Sada with her prehistoric dragon, who instantly one-shot our Hydra, leaving Turo with just his ace as well. Roaring Moon got to attack us first, but Valiant survived with just a few HP to spare, then launched a Sacred Sword in return, landing a critical hit and instantly one-shotting AI Sada's last Pokemon, getting us the win.
According to Sada's memories, you were never that good at Pokemon battles. So how did you get so strong?
Everything I did for Sada's sake. If she was stuck down here thanks to the influence of some super strong Pokemon, then I simply had to become stronger, and so I did.
You barely beat me in a battle. Do you seriously think you can beat a Pokemon like Terrapagos?
No, but he can.
So, that's why Terrapagos wanted me to get rid of you.
Wait a second. Does that mean that the time machine failure wasn't just an unexplained accident?
Correct. I was tampering with its functionality behind the scenes, in the depths below Area Zero. And Sada was none the wiser. After all, she would never doubt me, for she trusts herself completely. All I had to do was tell her that nothing was wrong. And that was that, up until the mouse showed up anyways.
The other me.
The depths under Area Zero? That's where Sada went?
Oops. Did I let that slip? Fine. Yes, you're right. That elevator there can go even deeper than the room we're currently in. It leads all the way down to a cave below the Great Crater. There, we store the crystals that help this time machine function, as well as the true treasure of Paldea.
Wait, something's off. Why are you cooperating all of a sudden?
Well, you did win our battle, fair and square, but also...
What is that sound?
The time machine?
You catch on fast, but not fast enough, boys.
What are you doing?
Simple. I have in my possession the Indigo Disc, the only key that lets you access the place where Sada went. And now, with the help of this here time machine, I'll be sending myself on a one-way trip to the distant past. A place where you dare not venture, for you'll be forever lost to the sands of time. Even the ogre would become a fossil. A fossil! Long before he makes it back from that journey. So, do not follow me. Understood?
Wait, no. That means Sada will be locked down there forever.
I am aware, but I must do all I can to protect our paradise.
Oh.
Now, Taro, be a dear, and get back to the elevator, please.
No, only after I take that disc from your cold, robotic hands.
Stubborn as ever. Unfortunately, I cannot disobey a direct order from Terrapagos. I cannot stop this jump, and I cannot give you this disc. So, please, get back to the elevator. You'll be safe there.
Why care about my safety now of all times?
Did you forget already? I'm built from Sada's memories. I may not love you, but I know how much she does. And I do not wish for her to lose you a second time. So please, elevator, now. Ogre!
Fine.
What are you doing? No, let me through. Sada, no, you can't leave. I need that disc. Please, Sada!
Okay. Well then.
Terapagos. Every time I think he's gone too far, he proves me wrong and goes yet further still.
Honestly, yeah, even I didn't think he'd go this far.
And you, why did you have to get in my way?
The time machine was set to 250 million years, Turo, and the return function is definitely still broken.
But my dear Sada went down there to fix it. Maybe once it's working again, we could go back and take the disc?
Who knows how long that'll take, or if she'll even follow through with that plan. You did say she's still brainwashed by Terapagos, right? Wait, did you hear that sound?
The time machine? It's working again. Sada?
That ain't Sada.
Another Paradox Pokemon? It seems you're right. Terapagos has other plans for this time machine.
Even further still. How's your team doing?
It's just Valiant, with a few HP. I'll have to count on you for this one, Ogre.
Fine by me. I can take at least 100 of these guys, with my eyes closed.
But we don't know how many more will spawn. We need to retreat before you start getting tired.
Fine, I'll hold them off for now. You call in our backup.
Already on it. I suppose I should call her, too.
Her? Oh, Briar.
Briar speaking.
Several days later.
I didn't think he'd push us back this far.
Me neither. It feels like he's brought in a whole country's worth of Paradox Pokemon already.
And we're running out of potions.
Yoo-hoo! The cavalry is here!
Oh, wow. So this is the mysterious Area Zero that my ancestor wrote about?
It does look pretty cool.
Took you lot long enough.
You could just say thank you.
Fine. Thank you all for coming on such short notice.
See? Not that hard. Now was it, friendo?
Briar, did you find anything on the item we mentioned?
Absolutely. When I went to request my leave of absence from the director, I noticed a very peculiar item hanging on the wall of his office. Serrano was a bit reluctant to part ways with it, but after a whole day's worth of negotiations, he finally let me borrow it. The Indigo Disc.
It does look exactly the same, but what material could resist the forces of nature for such a long time?
Maybe it's a different disc entirely.
As far as I know, this item was discovered by Clay in the mountains of Unova, along with some fossils of Pokemon that lived around 250 million years ago. Unless there was another Indigo Disc in the distant past, this is the item you're looking for.
Then let's hope it still works.
So what's the plan?
We make our way down to the lab at the bottom of Area Zero and try to insert the disc into the control console. In theory, this should grant us access to the depths below via the elevator.
Sounds simple enough.
Except this place is crawling with Paradox Pokemon. The Ogre and I have been fending them off and backing up when their numbers started to grow too large. As you can see, we've been pushed back all the way to the outer edge of Area Zero.
I don't like the sound of that.
But now, your numbers are bigger too.
2 champion-ranked trainers and a gym leader. I wouldn't say our odds are that much better.
Hey now, don't forget about me.
Did you bring any Pokemon?
No, but I did bring all the other supplies you requested.
Whoa, look at all those revives. And potions too. Now we might actually stand a chance. Thanks, Briar.
Don't mention it. After all, this might be my only chance to explore Area Zero. Now let's go make the most of it.
And so we battled our way through hordes of Paradox Pokemon, slowly making our way back down to the lab at the bottom of Area Zero. To our surprise, the console immediately recognized the Indigo Disc and gave us access to the elevator. And after an extremely long ride down, we finally reached our destination. Of course, things didn't get any easier, since there were a bunch of stellar Pokemon roaming around and blocking our way. Iono and Grusha protected Briar, while Tura and I battled the local legends and broke through the crystals blocking our way. We fought battle after battle, until eventually, we reached the very last room in this winding crystal maze.
Is that Sada?
And 2 crystal stakes, the other me.
Whoa! This room is so pretty!
Indeed, quite the dazzling chamber.
I don't know. Something about it feels a bit too creepy.
Good call, Grusha. We need to be extra careful. Status report.
1 HP, boss!
Same here. And we're all out of healing items.
Even though we over-prepared, it was barely enough. But we can't turn back now. I'm down to just my Valiant, and the 2 Pokemon I captured in Kitakami. Here, take them just in case.
Whoa, is that a ghost type? Now I can be even more like Mama!
A dragon?
You spar with the Dragon Tamer clan. There's no way you haven't picked up some of their strategies. Now let's go.
Whoa! Look at these giant crystals! They simply look stunning, do they not?
Terrestrial energy is spiking. Everyone, be on your guard.
Here he comes.
Ah,
Terapagos?
greetings. Turo, Paradox. The two of you have been a thorn in my side for much too long. And now you dare invade our paradise? Go after my treasure?
You're one to talk, Terapagos. You took my wife from me, and now I'm here to take her back.
And you took my other selves. I need them to become whole again.
All sacrifices necessary to protect this paradise. Now leave this place, or I shall deal with you myself.
Not a chance, Terapagos. We're not leaving empty-handed.
Then there's no room to talk. I am sorry, little one, but I'll need to borrow your body for a bit.
Is that the true power of Terapagos? Look at how brilliant it glows.
Ogre, prepare for battle.
You don't have to tell me twice. Iono, back me up.
Let's go!
Thanks for the heals. Looks like Terapagos has some sort of a shield, but I just have to smash it, right? It's too tough for normal attacks. Then I guess it's finally time to use these powers.
You can terrestrialize without an orb?
It's all thanks to those curses. They've been locked inside the ground for so long that they've absorbed a bunch of terrestrial energy. That way I can transform without any interference from Terapagos here. Take this, you terrible turtle.
You did it?
It's not over yet.
Oh no, it's absorbing your terrestrial energy.
Look out!
Not on my watch, you don't. I'm about to drop a super hot take. Rage powder!
Nice going, Iono. That attack could have just knocked me out.
No problemo, friendo. But it looks like I'm all out of Pokemon. Yurusha, you're up!
Me?
Ha ha ha! Frozen stiff, are we?
It put up another barrier?
It's fine. I broke it once, I can break it again.
Oh, you're taking too much damage.
You're right. Can't hang on for much longer. Come on, Grosha, I need you.
I know, but I'm too scared to move. An unknown enemy. A Pokemon I've never used. I can't do this.
Yes, you can!
Iono?
I've seen the news, you know. How you had to quit snowboarding after your accident. How you kept going as a gym leader, even though being out on that frosty field caused you a lot of pain. How despite all the darkness and despair the world threw at you, you never stopped showing up to face new challengers. That's why I know you can do this, because you're the coolest gym leader in all of Paldea!
You think I'm cool?
That's right!
Now that's an image I can't afford to lose.
Now get into the zone, Brendo! Mr. Shocky Sheep needs you!
Go, Hydrapple!
Attaboy.
I guess I should pitch in too. Here, our last potion.
Thanks, Briar.
Now what can this dragon do? Oh, let's try this. Dragon Cheer!
Whoa, I'm feeling pumped all of a sudden. All right, Terapagos, it's time to go down. I can only do this one more time. Ivy? Go!
No! I cannot lose here. I cannot lose my treasure.
But you did lose, Terapagos. And now it's time to take back what is rightfully ours.
Stand back, Turo, or I'll turn your companions to stone.
Will you now?
You fool. Say goodbye to the girl.
Uh-oh.
Not so fast, friendo. I've got a VPN protecting me, but I won't tell you which one, since they're not a sponsor.
Envy.
Then the boy.
Not cool. Not cool at all, man.
Fear.
Oh, 8th descendant. No, I cannot harm her. Then you leave me no choice. Your precious Sada.
No! Huh?
But how?
You gave her your curse, didn't you, other me?
Even in death you defy me? But no matter. Surely Turo's protection has faded over the past decade.
Hatred.
Do you see now, Terapagos? You are the one who's powerless against us.
No, this can't be. I have failed. I cannot protect this paradise, my treasure.
My dear Sada, you're safe now.
But we don't know if the mind control is gone.
You're right. Terapagos, free her at once.
That I cannot do, because she is my last hope. My only chance at stopping you.
Stopping us from what exactly?
Don't play dumb, Paradox.
I'm not. I'm just trying to understand. Why? Why would you do all of this?
You mean you truly do not know? This is no time for jokes.
I'm serious. What's going on here, Terapagos?
The perhaps the joke was on me all along. This all started several centuries ago, in the war against Galar.
Slow down, I can't write this fast.
Don't worry, Prof. I'm recording a video too.
Thank you. Go on then.
In the distant past, giant Pokémon thrived in every region. But as time went on, natural evolution led to smaller and smaller sizes, until eventually, the titanic Pokémon vanished, one by one. All except for Terapagos.
That would be you, correct?
Not quite. Unlike other Pokémon, which can have multiple individuals of the same species, Terapagos are cursed to a lonely existence. There can only be one.
But we just battled a smaller Terapagos. Clearly, there's two of you.
Indeed. At the beginning of the world, Terapagos was one creature, stacked upon each other on various scales of magnitude. From top to bottom, it was Terapagos all the way down.
Infinite regression.
I am the continental Terapagos, the one called Paldea.
Whoa, so it's not just the name of our region, but of a whole Pokemon?
Correct. Larger than me still is Terra. It is the size of the planet. Larger still is Sola, holding the sun at its center. And even larger, Galacticus, Clusterus, and Cosmos, on whom the whole universe expands still.
Amazing.
In the distant past, the Terapagos smaller than me, but titanic to humans of your size, roamed the region freely. As the final titanic Pokemon, it required an ample supply of Herba Mystica and other foods to survive. But alas, the nutrients on my shell were not big enough to support its infinite lifespan. Thus, the ruler of this land began a conquest around the globe, extracting resources with similar energies to the local Herba Mystica in an attempt to keep the symbol of Paldea's power alive. This included invading an island to the north, now known as Galar.
Oh, I know where this is going. This led to an all-out war between the two regions. And while it seemed like the small island stood no chance, its inhabitants garnered support from Paldeans, who were unsatisfied with the old king's rule. Their golden age had long started to corrode, and the many people living in poverty did not wish to support the gluttony of its king and giant tortoise.
Indeed, many were easily swayed to stand under the flag of Calyrex, who came to stop our invasion.
The king of bountiful harvests. To the starving people of Paldea, there was no better leader. Unlike the greedy king, this Pokemon could replenish their food supplies and help them live happy lives free from hunger. If only Calyrex could win.
The king of old had heard this Pokemon had taken on an intergalactic threat in the past, and that his powers were weakening, so he sent the almighty Tortoise to the front lines in the north. But what he did not expect was that Calyrex had a powerful ally.
Me. I was stuck in the past thanks to Terapagos and the time machine, so of course I was gonna join Calyrex in stopping you. Or at least the Pokemon I thought was you.
The Titan Glaciado stood no chance against your combined powers.
Did you just say Glaciado? Like the mountain?
Wait, does that mean Glaciado's grass is...
The aftermath of our battle.
Shocky Sheep, you did that?
I was just as surprised as you, my dear child. Alone, neither of those Pokemon stood a chance against the Titan. But together, just like humans, together they were unstoppable.
That's right. At first I thought I'd need to use all of the curse's powers to take down the giant turtle, but even then I felt like a Durant trying to whack a giant carbink with a tiny blade of grass. And then Calyrex decided to pitch in. Using his powers, he got me to Dynamax, just like the Pokemon in Galar.
A relic of the ancient past, when titanic Pokemon roamed the land.
And just like that, Terapagos and I were now the same size. But it also made the negative emotions from the curses get large too, so I couldn't hold back.
The giant ivy cudgel tore through the sky, with a force stronger than the comet which broke my shell millions of years ago. And then... the force of the impact was so strong that it even knocked me out for a few decades.
Unfortunately, that victory was very bittersweet. Everyone in Paldea witnessed our battle, witnessed my ability to obliterate the Pokemon they once worshipped with a single fell swoop. Their cheers quickly turned to screams, as they realized that an even more unstoppable tyrant could now rule their lands. So while I was resting to recover from the battle, they exiled me to the other side of the globe.
When I awoke, Glaciado was gone. The ogre had left my shell, and I was once again all alone.
Except you weren't.
Indeed. Humanity's thirst for knowledge and exploration did not end after that war, but instead of exploring out into the world, they began to explore inward, towards Area Zero.
And that's when Heath found it. The small Terapagos.
For so long, I believed that meteor obliterated the little creature, but it had somehow survived the impact and continued its lonely existence down here, deep below my shell.
How come you didn't notice it before?
While we, Terapagos, are one creature of many magnitudes, we can only sense and communicate directly within one scale of ourselves. Without Glaciado, I could not communicate with or sense the little one. Kind of like how you humans need microscopes and telescopes to see the world beyond your scale of existence.
But we're about the same size as the little one. How come you can communicate with us, but not him?
Because your ears are not made of the same crystal as us. To him, my words sound like a deep rumble at best, but a human's words, they can be perceived by us both.
What does any of this have to do with the time travel or my dear Sada?
Shortly after Heath's discovery, more and more humans started to flood towards Area Zero, but none of them were benevolent like Heath. They all wanted to extract resources, find treasure, and steal the Terapagos for personal gain.
But none of them managed to find it, so they labeled Heath a liar, and he lived the rest of his days an outcast from society.
And for that, I owe you an apology. Thanks to Glaciado, I had seen the greed of humans, and I wanted to protect Gem, the little Terapagos, from a similar fate. So I used my powers to block the path down here, create mazes, and summon powerful Pokémon from the distant past.
So you already had a time machine. Then why did you need Sada?
I could achieve feats such as time travel by bending the movements of light, using the crystals growing deep within my shell, but it was difficult to do so efficiently, which is a problem because I'm slowly dying. I had to find a way to conserve my energy.
You're dying?
Indeed. A meteor strike exposed my inner shell, and during a war with our neighboring region, Kalos, I was struck directly by a powerful beam containing the power of death itself. It was not enough to instantly kill me. However, it did stop my body from producing more energy.
So once you run out...
I knew my days were numbered, and as such, I wanted to find a way to protect Gem for as long as possible, and give him a happy life, if even for a brief moment. I had to create this paradise for him, before I, too, perished.
So you brainwashed my Sada?
That was not my intent. She was a brilliant human, with heart as kind as Heath's, which is why I allowed the two of you to conduct your research in Area Zero, even though I was concerned about the negative energy coming from your soul, Turo.
If it was not your intent, then why is she like this? What happened to her?
Since she was like Heath, I wish to request her assistance directly, but I can only communicate with humans in this very room. It is only here that I can vibrate crystals whose resonance makes sound waves audible for your kind. So, I created the indigo disc, which refracts light in such a way that even that man-made elevator could reach the depths below my shell in a reasonable time. She was so excited to explore this place, but unfortunately, lacked your levels of caution.
So you let her get hurt?
Nothing like that. It was something even I had not expected. Something you may have seen on your way here.
The crystal tree?
Indeed. For that is the birthplace of the Pokémon known as Pecharunt.
Wait, that's the thief that came after me in Kitakami.
It is a Pokémon that uses its toxins to control other people. The creature fled my domain shortly after its birth, by taking control of some local explorers. I have not heard of it since.
Well, it sure was a troublesome one. Wait, but if Sada got affected by it, does that mean there's another one around here?
No, there was only ever one. However, its toxins from its body were still spread all over that tree, and Sada was all too quick to get her hands on it. Unfortunately, that made her susceptible to the will of others. So when I requested her aid...
She took it as an order. No wonder she was acting so strange. Wait, does that mean you cannot dispel this curse?
It is not a curse, Turo. If it were that simple, I would have freed her long ago.
No, my dear Sada.
There was no backing out after that. Sada devoted herself to the construction of a time machine, which barely used any of my life energy to function. Once you left her, Trudeau, she grew lonely, but under that powerful influence, the best she could do was to build a robot replicant of herself, which could help her with the task in your stead.
The one we met upstairs, but she was under your influence.
Indeed. Since her thoughts were processed using the crystals of my body, I could send direct orders and control some of its actions. With the help of young Sada, we had a functioning time machine, and a robot I could use to communicate with humans. Everything was going well. Until...
Me?
I thought the powerful ogre was long gone from this world. Yet centuries later, you suddenly reappeared once again, seeking the aid of Trudeau. I managed to stop you in your tracks. Then you appeared a third time, and with even more powers than before. Not only that, but I heard them. The rumbles of Sola and the others, all the way down to Cosmos. Every Terrapagos in existence was shaking in fear of you. Even Terra, who had not spoken in millennia, uttered the words, "You are a paradox. That I cannot permit."
Now that you mention it, those words do sound kind of familiar, but I think I heard them when I was first entering this world, long before any of that stuff happened.
Upon hearing their words, I knew I had to stop you, for I alone had the power to do so, and thus I used up a large reserve of my remaining powers to strike you with the ruinous curses that the old king had sealed within my shell. All of humanity had barely managed to subdue them in the past. Surely one Pokémon, no matter how powerful, would fail to overcome all four at once.
And that's why I was stuck here.
I did not expect you to find this place so soon after your arrival, but thankfully I had two reliable weapons at my disposal. AI Sada and the time machine. I did not know if it would work, but I had to try something, and so I tried to lock you in a time loop, for if the curses failed, I had no other way of stopping you.
Except it caused the Butterfree effect, which led me all the way back here.
That was not something I had accounted for. It seems like you were powerful enough to defy the corrosion of the curses, to defy time itself. Your existence is beyond all rhyme or reason. You are a paradox. That I could not permit.
Sounds to me like you let fear get the better of you, and that led to self-fulfilling prophecy.
That's why you gotta look on the bright side.
Whatever do you mean?
The thing about people is that we act based on our expectations.
And it seems like you do too, Terrapagos.
But I am not like you, humans.
Then I guess it applies to all life.
You think things will go well, you act like the things will go well, and then more often than not, they do.
Even if reality gets kind of grim, you can't let your expectations fall too low.
Otherwise, you'll become quite miserable.
Ain't that right, Grumpy Grounds?
What are you trying to say?
When I first came into this world, you assumed I was a threat, and you treated me like a threat, which eventually did make me become an actual threat. Had you not placed all those curses on me, had you not sent me into a time loop, I never would have been there for the battle against Glaciado. I never would have met the curses, or Turo, or Grusha, all of which helped me get to this very spot. It is thanks to your actions that I managed to come here and win.
That is why you are the ultimate paradox.
Well now, it seems we're all on the same page here. It was all one big misunderstanding, so we don't have to fight anymore, right?
Even if I had enough life force to keep going, I would not continue this pointless charade.
Thank goodness. I really don't like having to fight either.
This isn't over, you two. My Sada is still...
Huh? That voice. Turo?
Sada? You recognize me?
What sort of silly question is that? Of course I recognize you.
But you haven't spoken my name ever since you lost your mind 10 years ago.
Oh, Turo. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Sada. You're back now, right?
But you're the one who left, Turo.
But how? Terrapagos said he couldn't undo the mind control.
Did you forget already? I'm the one who beat up Petulant in the past, and that was because its mind control couldn't do anything against my curses. Any one of them could instantly fend it off.
You mean I could have cured her all along?
Maybe, but then you would have been in danger too. It had to be one of my other selves, giving just a tiny morsel of a curse they had left. That was the only way to get the best outcome.
Then you have my eternal gratitude. Oh, Sada, I'll come back.
Yeah. Now promise you won't ever leave me again. Do you know how lonely it was down here without you? I had to build a robot just to keep me company. In fact, I don't think I can forgive you for that.
I didn't know you could hold such a grudge. Oh, I see now.
I am glad to see that my mistake was not permanent.
What's wrong, Terapagos? You don't sound too well.
Like I said, my life force is running out, and I may have used up my remaining reserves trying to fend you off. Oh, what a fool I am.
But that means...
Paradox, I know I've done nothing to earn your kindness, but may I make one last request?
Sure. What is it?
All I've done to protect my little gem, the tiny Terapagos hidden in this room. But once my life is over, he will be yet again left all alone, down here in this chasm.
Oh, I wouldn't mind taking care of him.
Thank you for your offer, descendant of Heath. However, you and the other humans are far too weak and short-lived to take on this task.
I think I know where this is going.
Then would you be so kind as to take him with you on your journeys? He is a rather shy Terapagos and will likely stay in this crystal form, but he can still observe the world, and I believe that may be better for him than to remain locked up here in this crystal cage I once called paradise.
You mean this little rock? Kinda reminds me of the Ilex charm I got from Clara.
It seems Gem approves of this proposal.
Yeah, but what's in it for me?
I suppose Gem could share some of his powers with you. It could work like some of the blessings you've obtained from the other mythicals.
I was just kidding about that. But, great. A nice little bonus, I guess.
So, you will accept?
Well, he's just a little guy, and I know what it feels like to be all lost and alone, thanks to a certain someone. Anyways, yes, I accept. I'll take Gem with me.
Wonderful. I suppose I was wrong about you all along, for I never expected the paradox I've feared to bring me such joy in my final moments.
May you rest in peace, Paldea. Way to ruin the moment.
Sorry, I wanted to take care of this before anything else happens.
The last fragments of your soul.
That's right. Now I'm finally complete again.
Whoa! What's that thing?
Huh, that's the portal.
The portal?
Oh, right. Did I forget to mention that I came here from another world just to see how strong the gym leaders are? Now that my mission is done and my soul is complete, I have to head back home.
But I was hoping we could make some more videos together.
And I was hoping you'd come hang out in the mountains.
Unfortunately, I cannot stay. But maybe Ayuno could go to the mountains and make some videos with you, Grusha.
Oh, guess I'd be down for that.
Yay, me too! The friendos are gonna love it.
I was hoping to do more research on our little gem here, but I guess I'll have to settle for the other Terapagos like Terra. I do wonder if there's even smaller ones too.
Indeed. Perhaps Pokerus is related to Terapagos too. When I studied it in Hoenn, I did find some resemblance between its effect on Pokemon and that of terrestrialization, at least under a microscope.
Absolute genius! You're quite the lucky one, Sada.
Yeah. Just don't get any ideas about my Turo.
Anyways, I must give you my thanks once more. Vasco, if it weren't for your help, I never would have gotten her back.
No problem, Turo. Besides, you've helped me out a lot too. You just don't remember it since it was in a different timeline. So, consider us even.
You never cease to amaze.
Anyways, it looks like that's gonna be it for me. I'll always treasure the memories we've made together. Do vijdane, skapi priateli.
The way home complete.
So you went all around the world trying to find a way to save me?
And I hated every bit of it, because you weren't by my side. No one was.
Well, you are kind of grumpy.
Grumpy Gramps! Grumpy Gramps!
Gramps. I don't think Arvin's old enough for that to happen.
Who's Arvid?
What an amazing finale. The end.
Rose did not warn us about these extra factors. We need to note them down for the future. In any case, glad to have you back.
I'm glad to be back. Also, I'm not too sure about doing this again in the future.
I don't blame you. Unfortunately, word of the project got out since we were at our wits' end trying to get you back. And we had to reach out to various scientists for some help. So you might get some requests from other regions, but you can turn them down.
Oh boy, this never ends, does it?
I know, right? Speaking of which, there's some letters for you.
Oh no.
Subscribe for season 3. I'm excited for that. But an emotional ending as well. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me. 7.5 hours. Now, let's watch that end. Now, let's watch the ending of our run. Alright, hopefully you guys enjoyed. The next run will be 5 weeks. I'm not going to spoil what the next cancel run will be, but it will be in Leaf Green since we haven't touched that game in a while. Sayonara.